Good morning. Good morning. Oh, come on. There we go. It's always, man, it's always such a, I don't know why it's always a hard time getting this thing going. My Lord. Good morning. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's, maybe
I
it's
don't know.
just, maybe it's just me because it's the morning, you know?
Maybe that
But
that could be it. Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So much to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So much. Sit there last night. I was like, I don't even know. I don't even know what to title this. There's so much stuff.
I
There's too
saw that.
much there's too much shit to title. My lord, there's so much stuff to talk about, really. Like there's a little bit, Brian Netton had a video that came out talking about the crime in the area from a
Mm-hmm.
neighbor. Um there was there is an episode, a little clip of Megan Kelly, um, where she had Maureen. I always have a hard time with that lady's name, but I love her. What's her name?
Maureen O'Connor? Is
Yeah.
it O'Connor or O'Connell? Now I'm confused
So,
too. O'Connor.
yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Something like that. But she was on there, and they were talking about, when they did that special. You could hear me every 10 minutes complaining about Hoda. Like, what is it with,
Mm-hmm.
like, it's all fake, like it was all fake. I'm like, just don't do it. Um and I wasn't the only one, because there was some discussion about that too, so I definitely want to check out that video today. But my lord, let me go through this. Obviously we were sharing out the house maps a few shows ago, earlier last week. We'll kind of go through that. I'll let you guys know. I already told you guys in the beginning, when we were first going through that drone footage from a news channel. And that's when I basically broke it down. This is how I think the person, where they entered. This is how I think they scoped it out. This is basically broke everything down. It's all been coming out to be legit, when it comes to what I was breaking down. So I'm going to take a look at the maps of the house today with you guys in this show, and I'll let you know how I think it all went down on the inside. I told you all back then how it was done on the outside. I'm going to break it down on the inside. And I should maybe take that old clip of how I broke it down on the outside, mix it in with how I'm going to break it down on the inside, and put something out for that. There's some new drone video. Speaking of drone video, there's some new drone video from Nerdy. We'll check that out. Let me see here. Phoenix 10 had some updates yesterday, when it comes to like the search and what's taken place here. I figure we'll talk a little bit about the ransom some more. I don't know. They claim that's their biggest lead, but it's been 2 months and almost a week, and what? Where's the lead? It's like those Wendy's grandmas with, where's the beef? Where's the lead? Where's the lead? Let me see here. Nanos showed up to an airport with a loaded gun, unregistered. Like, not just a loaded weapon.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, you didn't hear me right, huh?
No.
Nanos showed up to an airport with a loaded, unregistered weapon.
I did hear you right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Also, there's some stuff. So, that lady that put out Nerdy's flight information to JLR, and then
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
JLR went there and harassed him and got the cops called on him. So that girl was also, I don't know if anybody has been seeing it go around, but ever since or right before Nerdy showed up or right after Nerdy showed up, that's when this child abuse stuff started being floated around with his name, and so she was reporting child abuse stuff with Nerdy. Then JLR started you can go to the social media, you can listen to the live streams, also promoting that he was a child abuser, and here he was getting his information from her, and here she was making it up. So she came out yesterday. I know, it's ridiculous. And then people are like, give me grace. Don't fucking do it in the first place, you shitty human being.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to sit there making up some bullshit, some serious ass bullshit about give me grace, I'm new. You got streamers out there, give me grace, I'm new.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Like, no, don't freaking do it in the first place. How about that? She made it all up. She came out with and it's all on my Twitter, you guys. Even if I'm not live, and here, let me drop the link for you. Even if I'm not live, you will get constant. Hell, I was retweeting stuff last night at like 2 in the morning. All right. Like, even if I'm not live, you will see everything that's going on. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we're going to there. You got somebody else was here. Let me finish that story real quick, though. So she made it up, posted an apology yesterday, posted an apology. I'm sorry, guys. Everybody that knows me knows that I have a good heart and this and that. And it's like, okay, what do? You go rob a bank and you're like, don't take me to jail. I'm sorry. Give me grace.
Yeah, I'm new to this.
No, you're talking about real fucking people, man. You're talking about real shit. And when you sit there and you accuse somebody and put that out there all over social media, then you got JLR promoting it on his social media. Go look at his views, right? Go look at, you're talking how many times this lie is getting pushed out there. Give me grace. No, you need to be held accountable for the bullshit that you do. This isn't just like people going out there searching, picking up shit. Give me grace, I'm new. No, know what the fuck you're doing before you go do it, because you're going to ruin somebody's evidence. You're going to ruin somebody's reputation. You're going to ruin somebody's livelihood. You're going to ruin. Period. Don't do it in the first place. You don't sit there and think that before she sat there and posted information, you all don't think she sat there and went, I wonder if I should do this because I really don't know if it's true. And she clicked the button anyway. That's when you go, okay, I am new. Maybe I shouldn't. That's when you make, not after you get busted for it. Because Nerdy already, after she was putting it out there, Nerdy started warning her, look, I will legally go after you. Then she comes up with an apology letter. I haven't heard nothing from JLR. JLR is spinning it out there like he was the victim at the airport to his community. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. The dude literally nutballed it out to the airport to harass bro, is what he did. He nutballed it out to the airport. You see the allegations that already came out. We've seen all the other stuff that's already come out. Hell, You see the videos that the dude posted years ago going down on a Coke bottle, like waving Nazi memorabilia, like all sorts of wild ass stuff. The dude is unhinged. That's what the hell happened at the airport. That's what the hell happened with Magnolia. That's what the hell has happened. The dude even ratted on his parents and got him arrested for shit that he did. Like, what the and you got people that are looking past the DV, throwing support and hate. It's a effed up world, man. If this is the world we're living in. At the same time, there's somebody that was putting on a food drive for the homeless. It was already happening. So then you got 3-letter showing up, promoting like he's the one that created the homeless drive, putting out, here feeding out the homeless, putting out tweets, we're going to go feed the homeless. The shit was already set up. When he showed up, he didn't even know the organizer's name. He just called him, this guy's dad. He didn't even know the organizer's name. Yeah, it's this guy's dad. He's putting it on. While at the same time, for the last 2 days, you have Tucson police searching for a missing, vulnerable, elderly male. For the last 2 days, Tucson police has been asking people to help them find a missing, elderly, vulnerable man. And what are we doing? We're sitting in a car taking phone calls. We're hanging out at a table grifting off of somebody else's good deed to the homeless instead of going out and looking for this fucking dude.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say.
They even put out the license plate 505EHZ. They even put out a license plate. He's been missing for 2 days. And yet we're going to go search. I'm the one risking it all for Nancy. I'm going to go search an old jail. What? I'm going to go search an old prison? Why would Nancy be at an old prison? But I'm the one searcher that's risking it all for Nancy. But yet nobody is even thinking about trying to find Kent Feller. Nobody's worried about Kent Feller in Tucson. They even gave you a truck plate number. Nobody's worried about Kent. We're worried. It's crazy, 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 crazy.
Yeah.
Shoe print in blood. Supposedly there was a shoe print in blood at Nancy's house. When did we ever hear that? And why 2 months later is this information coming out?
Right. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Have you heard about this bloody shoe print at Nancy's house? Because I've never heard of it.
No, I think I just saw the same video title as you, and I'm like, what?
Let me share this real quick here. Let me turn on the comments real quick. Thank you guys for hopping in, and happy Easter. Thank you for putting that up there, Rosee. Happy Easter to everybody. Oh, you got the little bunny dudes in there.
Yeah, they have to be there.
Mary sending love over there on Facebook. Thank you very much. Good morning to you, Smoky Cat. Kib Kitty, I saw Kib Kitty in there. Let me see. Your favorite troll 1122. Hey, Idaho 4, cool. CJ logo on your hat. I like how it looks. Continuous line. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's like some kind of it's like a astronomical font. I can't remember. the exact, but it's like a astronautical font is what I used. I loved outer space. I thought it. I mean, there's the logo on the back. See, you got the. But that's the back of the hat. But thank you. Yeah, I got all different colors. I got maroon, red, blue, black. Need to get a gray one sometime, but yeah. You know, it matches each thing or whatever. But there's only one style of uniform. You know, we got the hoodies and the shirts.
Yes.
Regardless, you know, so regardless of what we're doing, and we got the search crew gear, pink, yellow, orange. So whenever there's searches out there, whoever's out there with us has whatever color they want: pink, yellow, orange. I like the yellow the best and the orange. Pink is I've worn the pink ones a couple times. Pink.
Those are nice.
Got
Yeah.
pink shirts, pink hoodies. You know, depending on the weather. You know. But yeah, it's yeah, the pink ones aren't too bad either. You have a pink one, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the pink one.
Yeah. Nanos did another interview this weekend. He's defending the investigation.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, defending the investigation. Ted investigates. The investigator that's give me grace, I'm new. Give me grace, I'm new. Did you hear about that this weekend?
Yes, I did.
There's a couple things. Alex, Criminal Network. You know who Criminal Network is? One of the people that's live on the scene as well. Criminal Network actually put it out there on social media how bad of a drinking problem Ted has. And you should have seen the live stream from yesterday where Ted was talking about what happened the night before. Did you hear anything about possible cartel kidnapping? Thinking he did you hear?
Yes, I did. I heard. I reserve my comment.
Oh my
I
god.
heard.
Here's the gentleman right here. This is Kent Feller. I'm gonna go into that Ted Investigates story a little bit more here in a second. Good morning, Caddy. Ticket 15. So this is Kent Feller. Okay, let me read the details real quick. I did retweet it on X. So, like I said, you'll even if I'm not live, you will get all the updates over there. All right. Tucson Police Department is asking for the public's help to find a missing vulnerable adult. Kent Feller was last seen in the 9900 block of East Watson at 10:45 a.m. on April 3rd. He is described as 6 feet tall, weighing 190 pounds, with hazel eyes and gray hair. Feller was wearing a blue shirt, black sweatpants, and dark Skechers shoes when he disappeared. He may be associated with a red two-door 2000 Nissan Frontier. The vehicle has an American flag sticker and a Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy sticker on the window. The truck has Arizona license plate 505 Edward Henry Zulu. Anyone with information on Feller's whereabouts is urged to contact Tucson Police Department. So this guy's been missing for the last 2 days. You see, if people, because let's be honest, because this is what happened when we were doing our Riley Strain search. And this is how you know people care or they don't with what they're doing. We were out there searching for Riley Strain. Before we were done searching for Riley Strain, we already had community members letting us know about another missing persons case that was right up the road, Sebastian Rogers. What did we do? As soon as we got done with our Riley Strain search, we instantly I was already searching for Riley for a week and a half. I was exhausted. I had an injury on my foot. I didn't waste any time because I didn't get home until 11 o'clock that night. The very next morning, I was driving out to frickin' Hendersonville to go search for Sebastian Rogers. Right away. Right away. This is how you know people out there ain't giving a shit. Because have you heard of anybody going out and doing any searching for Kent Feller?
No.
Literally in the same damn city. Has anybody gone out and done search? No, we're going to go search an old prison. We're going to go search an old prison. We're going to go hang out at somebody else's homeless drive. We're going to go hang out in our vehicle and take live calls. We're not going to worry about Kent Feller. Because would Kent Feller bring in? No. Were we worried when we were searching for Riley Strain about this? No. Were we worried about this when we went up and instantly started to go search for Sebastian Rogers the next day? No. That's how you know the difference between what is real and what is fake. Now, you got some other fake shit. What's up, Criminal Med? Good morning. By the way, if you're enjoying this live stream, help us reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. You know we appreciate you. Now, this stuff with Ted Investigates, right? All right, so here's the story. Yeah, this is risking it all. We're going to go search a prison house. We're going to go search a prison. Risking it all. All right, you got this guy right here. Look at how lit this guy looks, man. This was yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon. Look at how lit this guy is.
Not good. No.
Lit. Give me grace. I'm new. I'm an investigator, but I'm new. I'm new. Give me grace. So this is what happened. So he was out in Tucson by himself. Good morning, Dre. He was out in Tucson by himself, this guy. He's out there hanging with JLR. He's out there hanging with these other streamers. Obviously, he's green as hell. You can tell just by watching. So this dude was out in Tucson by himself. And he came across these people and he was like asking these locals questions like, hey, what do you think about this place? You know, this and this. He was being, in his words, he was being an investigator. So these people baited the shit out of him. Listen, you're either born with it or you're not, right? You're either born with it or you're not. You either have it in you or you don't. There's no learning awareness. There's not. You either have the awareness in your DNA already or you don't. That's just how it is. You're either good at basketball or you're not. It's just how it is. You're either gifted at this or you're not. That's how life is. The dude doesn't have any awareness. He literally got bait. Check this out. If anybody doesn't know, they were giving him, this is where he shouldn't have even went. So he was talking to these people. Hey, do you like this area? Do you like the food? And they start, hey, who are you? Oh, I'm an investigator. I'm here working. I'm an investigator. I'm working on the Nancy Guthrie case, right? This is what he tells these people. I'm an investigator and I'm working on the Nancy Guthrie case. So they go, oh, they thought he was some big, well-known person, right? So they start talking. Oh yeah, we know. We know who did that. And he goes, really? Yeah, but we can't tell you. We can show you. And he was like, and he goes, I kind of had a feeling that they didn't really know it. So I said, what do you have about Nancy on your phones? And they're like, he said, they didn't even know how to spell Nancy Guthrie's name. And he goes, that kind of made me think that they really were like, feed me some BS. But he went with them anyway. The dude literally, he already had the red flag that they were just making it up before he got in their car. He got in their car. He didn't say, "No, I'll follow you. No, I'll follow you in my vehicle." He literally got in their car and drove to Rio Rico because they had this supposed tip, and he's an investigator working on the Nancy Guthrie case. So number one, he already had the red flag that they didn't know what the hell they were talking about. They were making it up. He then ditches his ride, gets in their vehicle. It's 5 people to him. So it's 5-1. It's 5-1. And he gets in their vehicle. He goes to their house, has no idea where he's at because he's already kicking back the liquor. So he has no idea where he's at. He ends up at a party. He drinks with them. He wakes up the next day and realizes that they took his phone, the keys, his wallet. They took he knows that they took photos of his phone, his wallet. And he doesn't know where he's even at. Right, Caddy?
The investigator. Yeah.
And this is the live stream where he's explaining what the hell went down. And this is the same live stream that he's like, look, I'm new. You can't get good unless you practice. You can't become Michael Jordan unless you shoot your free throws. You can't. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
No, there's certain things you just don't do in life, whether you're learning to be an investigator or whatever. Like, you just don't.
You either have it built in your DNA or you don't.
Yeah.
You either do or you don't. And I'm going to tell you right now, if there is a substance problem, you don't partake in that substance when you're working, brother. So when you're investigating, you're not. You need a clear mind. You need a clear conscience. You need the most focus that you can have, because if you really are about helping these victims in these communities, when you approach your work like that, you will make a shit ton of mistakes, brother. And unfortunately, this mistake is the mistake that happened to you. I hope that we don't ever hear of this gentleman making a mistake with evidence.
Yeah.
I hope to God, because that will happen. It will happen. Listen, there's been people out there that didn't have this substance, and they had the kindest heart and the motivation, but when they approached, listen, you either haven't or you don't. Okay, it's that simple. And that's why there would be people sometimes that would come out and help, and it's like, okay, look, no, thank you for coming out this time. You can do your own thing, but I'm sorry, no. You have to, yes, it's called common frickin' sense. Yeah, number one, because I'm gonna tell you right now, this dude right here is gonna become a fucking true crime story because his ass went missing. I'm not bullshitting, because when you approach, listen, people, there's a reason why when I'm out there, I carry protection every freaking where I go. There's a reason that I have cameras set up in my vehicle to capture people that are going to come up and mess with it because of shit that's happened in the past. There's a reason I have Caltopo on. There's a reason I have different apps set up so people know if something happens to me. This shit is dangerous, people. It is dangerous as hell. And when you don't have common sense, you don't know what the hell you're doing, I'm afraid he's going to end up becoming a true crime case too, because he went missing. He's lucky he didn't become one the night before, because he literally, who knows what's going to happen to him? They got his freaking ID. They have photos of his phone. They got photos of contacts. They got photos of whatever was in his phone, text messages that he could be having, emails. There's contacts there. Then you got his ID, his bank card, his business cards, I mean, what the they got all of this stuff already. Who knows what's going to happen still, ladies and gentlemen? Who knows? I'm afraid he is going to end up just like Kent Feller. And this dude is sitting there, hey, I need a Starlink. Hey, I need this. I'm going to be coming back. I'm going to be coming. You know, he's sitting, and I'm just sitting there going, and I told you guys this ever since Nancy went missing, I'm sitting there going, you got people out there grifting like a motherfucker. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I've been saying for the last 2 months, you guys are already seen the kind of work we do when we go out and do our searches. We're not out there to play. I'm not even out there to go out and go eat somewhere with a bunch of people. No, I got more work I need to do. I don't need to go sit at a freaking restaurant with everybody and hang out like it's a joyous occasion. No, listen, if I got another hour and a half to sit there and eat some good ass food, I got another hour and a half to go try and find this person that I'm looking for. That's how we do our shit. And when you sit there and you see all of this grifting, and it's like, damn, people, for the last 2 months, for $3,000 to $4,000, you could have funded our team to make the trip all the way across the other side of the country to go look for Nancy, to actually do real shit. And this is what you're giving your money to? Go ahead. That's what you will get your money's worth, right? Yeah. Let's see if you do that. I got plenty of hours on my shit. You want to sit there and see my homework? Just look up EvilleCJ live search. I got thousands of hours of searches, and it'll show you. And you can hear the people that I come across, and they're like, hey, you want to go out to eat? No, I appreciate it. But I got work to do. That's how we do our shit. That's why I honestly feel before day 10 we could have found Nancy. But instead, let's go fund the grift. Hey, I told people, just think, 3,000 to 4,000 compared to what has already been put out there already. We're talking 500,000 plus dollars. 500,000 plus dollars has been sent out there to find Nancy. And what have you got from that $500,000 plus? When literally 3 to 4,000 could have funded our team to go out there and do real shit and had Nancy found by day 10. Crazy shit, man. Yeah, I'm afraid he's gonna go miss. I mean, if honestly, whatever freaking case this dude works on, I feel bad if some evidence gets destroyed because dude doesn't know what he's doing. Because when you are sitting there telling people, sorry guys, everybody needs practice and I can't get great unless I practice and give me grace and all of this other stuff. And it's like, I would hate to hear that when it comes to some evidence being fucked up and it ain't triggered. Sorry you feel that way, mainstream sniper. Maybe you're the one that's triggered. Nobody's triggered here, my friend.
Seems like it, yeah.
But when you have sorry, give me grace, and everybody's sitting there going, oh, you did a great job. You did a great job. That's what he did. And he ran into these people and they started talking to him. And then he's like, yeah, it's a good idea for me to go in the car with these people, like to a place that I don't even know where I'm going. How is that smart? I'm worried for the dude, honestly, because I know what happens when you're out there in the field. I understand how dangerous it is. I know. And when you see somebody that is this naive going out there in the same, boy, all you can do is worry about that person because it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. You have to be aware 150%, 150% of the time. There is no half second you can be caught slipping. There is no half second because you're talking about criminal shit here. That half second, they will pounce on that half second. And next thing you know, you're a victim. I don't want to see the evidence become a victim. And I don't want to see this dude become a victim. I hope, because if you really care about this dude, don't sit there and, yeah, you did a great. No, if you really care about this dude, be like, bro, take some time. Do some homework. You know what I'm saying? Listen, go watch other searches. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to watch look up police searches. Look up tutorial videos on it. You didn't even look at the tutorial shit, man. And you're going around telling people you're an investigator working on the case. Bro. I mean, you got his friend Alex he goes, I'm not trying to put this on social. It was recorded. I'll play it for you guys. Here, I'll just play it for you. And this is the same dude that's walking around threatening people with an FBI shirt, carrying a special police badge, showing it to everybody, threatening to arrest people. You don't know what I do for my second job. You don't know what I do for my second job. I'm going to play it for you. This shit is crazy. And this is the 500,000 plus donated to find Nancy. This is everything that you get for that 500,000 plus. When how much is 3 to 4,000 compared to that 500,000 now 2 months later? It's a drop in the bucket. A literal drop in the bucket.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know if people really believe that it's for finding Nancy. I mean, some of the good-hearted people do, but other than that, like, people are actually just paying for this. I don't even know if this is entertaining to them. Like, I can't even believe that people watch it, let alone pay for it.
Rosee, this right here, he was saying, I'm from the south side of Chicago. Bro, I lived in Chicago. I lived in Chicago. I was a resident of Chicago, brother. No, you didn't grow up on the fuck. If you grew up on the South Side, then you were sheltered, bro. Your mama didn't even let you go outside because there was no way in hell you grew up on the South Side of dude. That gives the South Side of Chicago a bad name. Ain't no bro, no, ain't nobody that went out there like this group. If don't know, you didn't listen. I was out in the streets since a young age, brother. Since a young age, 11 years old, 12 years old. I was kicking it on the streets already. Okay. I got it. The people I hung around with a couple years later were literally in their 30s. I grew up in the streets, brother. That's why I can tell you how somebody entered in and all this other shit. I grew up, bro. I grew up. You did not learn shit from the streets of the South Side of Chicago. In fact, if anybody is from the South Side of Chicago, let them know because I was around, bro. No, no, no. Something did happen to him. He put himself in such danger. And like I said, I worry about him. If his community truly cared about Ted, they would say, Ted, take some time. They would be honest with him. They would be honest. You don't need, yeah, you did great. Oh, yeah, can't wait till you're back out there. Don't. No, if you truly care about this dude, then you would tell him the honest truth. Bro, take your time. Bro, study. Bro, like, learn. No, because the only thing he's going to do is further victimize a victim, whether it's through evidence or whatever information, or because it's going to get ruined, or somebody. I mean, just think about this. They took photos of his phone and his wallet. They took photos of the phone, stuff in his phone, and the stuff in his wallet. What if that was classified? What if that was stuff? Because listen, I've given stuff to the FBI. I've given stuff to the Department of Justice. I've given stuff to law enforcement. I know how it works. Our shit has made a difference in plenty of cases. Especially Micah Miller, the shit with the FBI, and Micah Miller against JP Miller. Our shit has made a difference. We know what the hell to do. Can you imagine if the document that I had with JP Miller and financials and all this other stuff, can you imagine if these documents that I have, that I gave to the FBI, that then was used to then indict JP Miller? Can you imagine what was happening if I was hanging out with 5 freaking dudes? I didn't know where I was at. They took pictures of my photo ID. They took pictures of my phone. And they also got pictures of the information that nobody else freaking has.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that, besides that, the stuff that can happen to this dude himself.
Yeah.
That I don't want to see him become a victim. I really don't. I don't want to see him become a victim. If his community truly cared, they would say, bro, just take your time. Yes, people need practice. Bro, you're naive. Bro, you need a lot of time. Bro, do something local first. Work locally first. You know what I'm saying? Work locally first. That way you can get your practice around the community that you already know, around the people that you already know, so you don't put yourself in a stupid ass position. Learn your ropes first, then venture out, little birdie. You can't be a little teeny bird and you want to jump the nest because you ain't going to fly. You're going to fall to the ground and become one of those little teeny birds that's like laying on the ground. No, None of us want that. I don't want that. I don't want to see that happen to this dude. I don't want to see that happen to this dude whatsoever. And I'm saying it because I know, literally me, I'm out there most of the time by myself. Look up my stuff in Lumber River State Park in North Carolina, y'all. Look up how dangerous it is. I went out there 10 plus times doing investigative work. Real shit. Boots on the water, boots on the ground, boats on the water. Real shit 10 plus times. Go see how dangerous that is alone compared to any of the other shit that I was working on these different cases throughout the US. That alone, yes, when I've been in areas and I know how dangerous it is, especially when you're by yourself. If I didn't have this awareness, trust me, I would have became a victim. I don't want to see it happen to this dude. And look at this. These people don't care about him. These people that claim to be his friends, like, check this out. This is what I was talking about putting his drinking problem on blast. This is supposed to be one of his friends, right?
That's delivered.
So check out what he says right here. This is what he was saying about Ted.
What can you call Ted? I've actually thanks for the super chat, but I actually just texted him a little bit ago.
They're not giving up on the Ted thing now.
I said, "Hey man, are you good?" It says delivered.
To Ted?
Yeah, I called him. It says he's on.
He didn't answer.
So this is when Ted went missing, Rosie.
Yeah.
This is when Ted went missing. They're trying to reach out to him. Criminal Med, I'm a Chicago girl. Do me a favor. Can you please represent Chicago the right way? Please. Can you please represent Chicago the right way like I did? My Lord, there's no way that dude spent a lick in South Side of Chicago. Seriously, if he spent a week in the South Side of Chicago, he would have more awareness than he does to this day.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, if you look
There's
at
no way.
everything that's happened and the situation he put himself in, he's so lucky. Like,
He is.
he is so lucky that he's okay. Like, I don't even
He left
wanna
his
begin-
drink. He left his drink unattended around these people.
Yeah.
You know why he didn't remember anything that happened? You know why he
Mhm.
didn't remember where he was at or where he was? Because they drugged his drink.
Yeah.
These people, I can't imagine, dude. Rosie, we're just a day and a half out of this. These people, like I said, these people have the photos of, and it's pretty bad when he told everybody he knows that they took photos. You know why? Because they were probably teasing him about it the next day. There's probably a lot of stuff that took place that they teased him about the next day that he's not even telling y'all. Oh, I guarantee it. There's a lot of stuff because they were probably like, bro, we did this. We took photos of your ID. We took photos of your phone. They probably told him. Because how in the hell would he know if you didn't even know where you were at? And you thought you might have been in Mexico. You thought it was maybe the cartel. Like, this is from himself. It's probably the cartel. And he was like, yeah, they took. When you black out, but you know that they took, dude, that's bad. We're only a day and a half out. Who knows what could happen in a month when these people have your personal information. Think about this. Everybody that's going to donate to his ass, you don't think they don't have his information, his pay links? You don't think they have that? Remember, he's an investigator working on Nancy Guthrie's case. Oh, he's got to be made up a lot of money. Why do you think they took photos of his phone and his wallet? Because they're going to rob his ass. And there's nothing that he's going to be able to do about it because they're going to take over his donation accounts to then just take the money out of it. And what's going to happen? He's going to complain, hey, they stole. Well, hey, you should have better security on your stuff. If you give out your personal information, that's not on us, Ted. You can't ask us back for the money. That's on you. You're the one that let those people photograph your phone. You're the one that let those people photograph your ID. You're the one that let these people take you to a place you didn't know where you're at. You're the one that let these people be around your drink unattended so they could drug it. You're the one, Ted. So why are you asking Cash App, PayPal, Venmo for your money back? They ain't gonna do nothing about it. Listen, when you are really from Chicago, you know that the criminals that pulled off this shit, you already know what they're gonna do. I told you. They're gonna freaking rob them, and there's nothing that they already know that there's nothing that Cash App, Venmo, PayPal is gonna be able to do about it. That's it. Yes, I really believe he did get kidnapped, honestly. He just doesn't want to admit it. And they realized when they took him, they realized this guy ain't nobody. They thought he was an investigator working on Nancy Guthrie's case. And they found out once they started looking through the shit, this guy ain't nobody. They saw how naive. I guarantee you, as soon as he left his drink unattended and they went bloop, they already said, oh, this one's going to be an easy one, guys. Already!
Probably before that.
Criminals have awareness. That's why they're good. Because they have awareness. And you have a literal sign. They already knew before they went bloom. They knew that they could do blunt because when they were telling them, yeah, we got some stuff that you need to know about this, but we got to take you there. Well, show me a photo of her. We don't know how to look her up on our phones. How do you spell her name? And then, oh yeah, I don't know. They might be joshing me. And then they were like, well, come on in. Let's have it. All right, guys. Yeah, this guy's going to be easy. They already knew then that this guy was going to be easy. These guys right here sitting here that we're going to listen to this guy put out Ted's drinking problem. And he puts it out there too. This is his own stream looking at his own live feed. And he's going, I'm not trying to put it out on social media. And then when he's talking to Dad's Gone Live, he was like, look at my face. Because he was like, Dad's Gone Live is like, does he have a drinking problem? And Alex goes, yep. And even at one point, he quadruples down on that shit to his own camera because he looks at his camera, looks back over, and he's like, look at my face to Dad's Gone Live. Look at my face. Look at my face. And does a humongous one of these, right? Like just to let Dad's Gone Live. Yeah, there's a reason why everybody quit having him hang out. You could tell that the dude was lit when he was chilling in JLR's car the first day they all got together. He reminds me of the dude that came out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. I can't remember his name, but he was a guy that was always like, the freaking lawyers and the cartel. And he always had to comb his hair back and he was lit too. It just reminded me of the same. Like, yeah. He said he could not look. I mean, I'm telling you, he literally, I feel like he got kidnapped. I feel like we're talking about both of them because they're talking about Ted too. Oh, he was an easy target first. He was an easy target already. And bro, when you like are that, you're obviously not aware, because if that happened and you're like, look guys, everybody needs practice. I'm from the south side of Chicago. That means you have no awareness whatsoever. You don't, because you don't even see it yourself, Rosee. Like, damn, I can't believe that I allowed that to happen. Right? I can't believe I allowed that to happen.
That's what I was gonna say. Like
name's a party guy.
Like, don't make excuses for it. If you really did something like that, just kind of try and own it as well. Because I mean, there's no ways you can't take responsibility for putting yourself in that situation. Like, you have to admit that you messed up that badly. That's why I keep saying
you have to.
So incredibly lucky. Like this situation, this is the best of what could have happened in this situation. it seems terrible, but it's actually the best. Like this is.
I don't mean to laugh. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it's true.
I just saw this comment pop up and I had to.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I was trying to let you finish. I
I
apologize,
did
but
finish, don't worry.
it really was like Forrest Gump going out there investigating cartel territory. Like, and he made it out. He made it out. Thank God, because listen, I know how dangerous it is. Even if you're on the north side, Christine, you can right. Come on. Even if you're from the north side, you know.
I mean, honestly, I think if you're from anywhere, like
any part, you don't even have to be from Chicago. You could be outside of Chicago.
Yeah,
And
like it's just
like,
a personal thing. You should know.
You know, like you have way more awareness than leaving your drink unattended. You have way more awareness than getting in a vehicle where it's 5-1 against you, and then you're in their vehicle. Like you're driving there. You already had signs before you even had a drink with them that something was fishy. That was your red flag for your awareness meter right there, bro. Boing. That's when the red flag. You even had your red flag. You even admitted it that you had a red flag when that happened, when they didn't even know how to search her up on their phones. You had the red flag and you didn't. It was in front of your face, dude. You even went, that's a red flag. And you still went with it. That is the level of awareness that we're talking about. You're not at zero. You're at negative awareness, because if you were at 0 or 0.001 and that red flag popped up about, damn, they can't even search what her name is on their phones, then that 0.001 of awareness would have said, damn, that's a red flag. Nope. It wasn't even there. It was below that. So this is Alex and Dad's Gone Live talking about Ted's drinking problem. Not trying to put it on social media, but it was all over social media last night.
Can you call Ted? I've actually, thanks for the super chat, but I actually just texted him a little bit ago.
They're not giving up on the Ted thing. Huh?
I said, hey, man, are you good?
So they're asking about Ted. Where's Ted? We haven't heard from Ted. They're reaching out to Ted. They're saying, yeah, it was delivered, but it wasn't. He didn't check it, right? So Ted he's not even. Listen, he got drugged. As soon as he left his drink unattended, bloop. That's why the dude wasn't answering his phone. That's why he wasn't even around. That's why people were worried, because the dude was literally, and they're sitting there robbing his ass.
It says delivered.
Says
delivered?
Yeah, I called him. It says he's on.
He didn't answer.
I called him again.
You guys want some of the soup? I can't finish it because I want to make sure I have enough.
Does he drink or something? Does he drink a lot? Yeah, I forwarded my call again.
You see that? This is the first time he asked him. He goes, does he drink? Because he's seeing the stuff being typed in chat. Does he drink? Does he drink at all? And you see him going. But watch, he quadruples down on the shit.
Does he drink or something? Does he drink a lot? Yeah, I forwarded my call again.
Yeah, I don't want to put it on blast, but
I don't want to put it on blast, but And he said, "Oh, they forwarded my call again." It wasn't Ted forwarding the call. Dad's Gone Live. It was.
Oh my God.
It wasn't Ted forwarding the call. It was the people that was robbing his ass. The people that were robbing him were Nope. Now he goes, I'm not trying to put it on, but this is his own live stream and he knows it's being recorded, right?
Right.
Because watch, we'll go back to the beginning again. He's looking at the damn camera. He's reading his chat. But he says, I'm not trying to put it on social, but but then after that, quadruple downs on this shit. Look at my face. Look at my face. Yeah, check
Can you
this
call
out.
Ted? I've actually, thanks for the super chat, but I actually just texted him a little bit ago.
They're not giving up on the Ted thing, huh?
I said, hey, man, are you good? It says delivered.
To Ted?
Yeah, I called him. It says he's on.
He didn't answer.
I called him again.
You guys want some of the soup? I can't finish it because I want to make sure I have enough. Want
Does
some
he drink or
chowder?
something? Does he drink a lot? Yeah, I forwarded my call again.
Yeah, I don't want to put it on blast, but hey, look at me. Hey,
No, he doesn't. But can you call Ted?
He said no, he doesn't, and then starts laughing. Like, look at my face. Look at how hard, and he knows he's being recorded on his own shit. But I'm not trying to put it on blast. But he puts it on blast and then smiles. Watch. Ted, these people are not your friends, bro. Like, you're not only because, man, these people will know you're coming back. They're probably telling their friends, oh my God, dude. And then you're hanging around with people that do not have your back, brother. Because if they had your back, they wouldn't have even mentioned this on camera. That they would have reached out to you personally and tried to help you in the background, bro. If they were truly your friends, they're not going to put this shit on blast, bro. They're going to reach out to you. They're going to personally talk to you. They're going to try and personally, behind the scenes, help you get help. Now, if whatever happens to come out about your shit comes out, well, hey, but it's not me as a friend sitting there on a live stream going, yeah, my friends, yeah, look at my face. Look at my face.
you guys want some of the soup? I can't finish it.
not
'Cause I want to make sure I have enough. Want
Does
some
he drink or
chowder?
something? Does he drink a lot? Yeah, I forwarded my call again.
CJ,
I
you're
don't
gonna
want
hurt
to put
your
it on
neck.
blast, but
I know.
It's
hey,
like,
look at me.
I
Hey.
know.
No, he doesn't.
And then laughing about it, man.
yeah.
Ted, don't go back, bro. Don't go back. don't go back. Please don't. I'm worried about him because, like,
Yeah.
if you're going out there, these people already know how easy of a target you are. That already robbed you, and could have. Honestly, let's think about it. He didn't even know what happened the night before. They literally could have done something to him that night when he was drugged and never even woke up. Okay? That's the kind of shit we're talking about. Like, that's what could have happened. Think about it. If he really was an investigator that was working on the case, can you imagine? We might be talking about another ransom, ladies and gentlemen, tied to the Nancy Guthrie case.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be messed up? We got another ransom. They knew. These people knew. The people that kidnapped him and drugged him, and really, they kidnapped him. If he was somewhat of somebody that had some kind of, they went to his YouTube channel. They're like, bro, you're not even, you know what I'm saying? Exactly, Key. He is a mark now. He needs to separate himself completely. Not only because you got friends that are outing you like that. I ain't trying to put it on black. Look at me. Look at me. Now, this is the same dude. Check this out. This is the same dude right here.
Come mess.
This is the same dude that's threatening Nerdy because JLR's lying about shit. We already put out a short video yesterday about the neighbors ain't drinking the JLR Kool-Aid anymore, and they haven't since he showed back up. As soon as he showed back up, he wasn't even parked. He was talking to somebody that was out there, and the neighbors were like, get going. They don't want him around. That's why he's got to go to these different places and go to these other, homeless food drives that are already happening that he didn't even know the dude's name that set it up. It was somebody's dad. because he can't go back to the neighborhood because they see what's going. They see the spin that JLR was doing about Nerdy. That's why we put out a little video. No, you guys are. I was a victim. You guys, no, that's a nutball. That fucking you. When you literally shut down looking for a missing person, the whole reason you flew out there. You flew out there because you were fleeing the dude because he was doing a protest 2 blocks away from you, doing the same shit that you were doing in front of Nancy's house. But he was doing it for domestic violence. You were doing it because somebody's missing, because somebody's doing a protest 2 blocks away from you against domestic violence, had no contact with you whatsoever, was doing it against domestic violence, makes you pack up that day, flee the fucking state to go back to Arizona, and then the dude's coming out there to do, and you're gonna see some of his work in today's show because he's got great drone footage. He went out there. JLR does a nutball fucking shit, drives out to the fucking airport to then harass this dude. You see the document. JLR is the suspect. He's not the victim in it. So how people can sit there and say that he's the victim? Look at the document, people. I haven't seen any documents showing the contrary from JLR. I've seen the document from Nerdy, and it shows suspect number 1, JLR. Disorderly conduct. So it's being spun out there. The neighbors know. You can go out there on Nerdy's and you can see the videos he's posting. He's talking to neighbors. He's talking to the community. You can see the love that Nerdy's getting from the community, from the neighbors that Nancy, even that one of Nancy's neighbors said Nerdy could go park on their driveway if he wanted. That's how much they don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. And the Kool-Aid is out there. That's how much the neighbors are doing their homework, just like everybody else should be doing their homework. Because when you look at the homework and you're like, damn, this is repetitive. This is years. This isn't the last week. This isn't the last month. This isn't the last few months. This isn't the last year. This isn't the last 5 years. This isn't the last 10 years. There's every single time the same kind of action. It's a pattern. People can change, but damn, how many chances you gonna get before you change? I mean, still, but when you sue your own family, come on now. Tucson is not a place. It is not. You're talking close to the border. I guarantee Ted himself said he thought it was cartels and he thought he was in Mexico, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the truth. They probably wanted to find out, is this dude a real They obviously robbed him for whatever he had. That's a given. And they took photos of his information to use it in the future, because I already know they're going to use that to rob his ass in the future. They ain't done yet, ladies and gentlemen. They ain't done. And watch, he's going to come out with a live stream in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks and go, oh my God, guys, I got hacked. All of the donations are gone. I got hacked. I guarantee it. They're not stupid. They know how much money are you going to sit there and think that criminals from the Tucson area ain't going to know how much money this case has made for these people out there? Oh, they know. Oh, they know. And they know. They know how much they can get. They know this guy was easy. We got this shit easy as hell. All we have to do is we can just literally sit back, steal from this dude, and there's nothing that law enforcement can do about it. There's nothing, because law enforcement would even tell Ted, you shouldn't have put yourself in a situation where people were able to photograph your information. Like, sorry, it's not like somebody ripped up and grabbed it from you and you were coherent. No, bro, you were knocked the F out. You were drugged. Yes, it's a crime. That is a crime. If they can get caught, but you're going to sit there and be like, oh yeah, can we look up the IP address? No. Dude, there's ways that you can funnel that shit. Come on now. They're waiting. I guarantee they're in They're in his chats, egging him on to go back. I guarantee it. Those criminals are in his chats. Yeah, Ted, go back. Go back. Go back. We'll support you. We'll donate. Trying to get all of this shit stirred up. Like, oh, hey, yeah. Ooh, I should probably donate. Ooh, I should. Yeah, donate to Ted. Donate to Ted. Yeah, because that's more money coming in their pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, and also like just in terms of like what we were saying earlier with Tucson not being a place where you should be off your guard, it's like so much worse when somebody else has just been kidnapped as well. Like there's like a whole active situation, and that's like when you're really supposed to take care of yourself, right? Because whoever is behind the crime when it comes to Nancy Guthrie, like they're around as well. So I think I don't know. I can see a lot of people in chat mentioning that they tried to tell him to stop all of this as well. So it's like he's ignoring people who are trying to help him.
Because he's telling people he's from the south side of Chicago and and everybody has to practice. And it's like, bro.
Yeah.
You ain't, there's no way you even, mama did not let you outside one bit. In fact, she probably had you in some kind of blanket where it just covered your eyesight to the street even. Like I don't understand. Many people warned him, Heather says.
Yeah, that's what
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that because, dude, we are talking about this. He literally could have been another ransom. No lie.
Yeah, it could have been so much worse.
Or another body that nobody knows. You know, the last time we heard from Ted, and then you got the live stream from these guys. Hey, I've reached out to Ted. Yeah, his calls are just going straight to voicemail, straight to voicemail, straight to voice. That would be the last time. And then next thing you know, where's Ted? Where's Ted? I don't know. Nobody.
Yeah. And also, like, if something like that were to happen, I can only imagine how the officials would crack down on YouTubers being around and people searching and volunteering, because then, like, if there's one person they feel like they can't trust to look after themselves, then what are they going to do? Like, they're going to start getting stricter with everyone. And there's, like, how is it going to function, right?
Yeah. And this is what these searches, man. Manhole covers, jails, you know, we're searching jails, we're searching mine shafts, we're searching instead of the 1 mile from ground zero grid ground search by foot and drone. Let's not. Shout out to Nerdy. Nerdy's actually doing the real searching out there. I must say that. I don't know Nerdy personally or anything, but I'm just, you know, I do my own information digging, and he's been doing already. As soon as he's got there, he's already talking to he's already talking to people on the border, trying to find out who all knows about Nancy, spreading awareness about Nancy, getting his drone up there, doing drone searches. The dude's only been there for a day and a half, and the bro is already out searching these motherfuckers. Already. Shout out to him. Because if we can't beat out there, at least somebody that has the same intention, dedication, and drive is out there doing that work. And shout out. I got to support it, because I'd be out. If I could be out there, I'd be out there too, brother. And we'd be tag teaming that shit, trying to find Nancy for real, not hanging out at other people's homeless giveaways, promoting it as our own. Yeah, the sniffer technology. I mean, all of that stuff was, all of that stuff was little sparkles from Sheriff Nanos. Look over here, just so you guys didn't see that they botched the whole thing. All right, so this is
come mess with jail.
So the same guy, so the same guy that was out in Ted about his drinking problem and how bad it is. This is the same guy. Remember I told you guys a couple live streams ago that there was a guy that was out on a live stream doing searches, and he was waving a fake police badge to people. Yeah. They're investigators working on the Nancy Guthrie case. We're investigators working on the Nancy Guthrie case, flashing a badge to everybody, even on camera, flashing a badge to everybody. No, I'm not impersonating an officer. Claiming they're not even impersonating an officer. On this video, they claim that you don't know what work I do on the side. I'll arrest you. Claiming that they'll arrest you. And showing off an FBI shirt, showing a badge, special police. I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI doesn't show up to this dude's house today. When you are sitting there promoting yourself as FBI on camera, out in the public, waving a special police badge, telling people you'll arrest people, telling people that you're an investigator that's working on the Nancy Guthrie case, hanging out with people that are also furthering that agenda. JLR, Ted, same. Oh, I'm going to get arrested, you guys, making a joke about it. I wouldn't be surprised if they show up and talk to this dude about it, because listen to what he says here. Now, he's being spun the JLR Kool-Aid, right? He's all sucked into the JLR Kool-Aid because that's his money. That's his money ticket. That's his meal ticket. He knows that he can't get shit and hasn't been able to get shit unless it's been because of JLR. So that's why this dude supports JLR so much, is because he knows if he don't support JLR, then all of the people that do are going to then attack him, unsub from him, and then he knows that his channel ain't going to be shit no more. So he has a vested interest to support JLR regardless of what's going on, because that's how he's getting his money, right? So when the stuff comes out about Nerdy, and we've showed you the document, we showed you who was the suspect. We should play that little video for everybody anyway in a second, but he shows who the real suspect was. So this has already been out there. The DV stuff's been out there. The 911 calls have been out there. The pictures have been out there. The stuff from the past has been out there. The Nazi memorabilia promoting has been out there. The all of the stuff, you've guys seen all of the old videos that have come out with him and who he really is, right? And then you find out about the situation that happened at the airport. That's more unhinged shit that just goes along with everything else. You literally go out to the airport to. So then he's drinking the Kool-Aid. So now he's saying Nerdy. He's talking to Nerdy in this video, right? Check this out.
To come mess with JLR or to come here for Nancy. So that's how I feel about you, Nerdy. Still in town. Keep talking crap, I'm gonna arrest you.
You talking crap, I'm gonna arrest you. Hold on, let me zoom it up so y'all can see that, okay?
Still in town. Keep talking crap, I'm gonna arrest you. I'm gonna say free. Well, first of all, I'm gonna break my taser out and be like, Nerdy, stop resisting, and just start tasing him. And as I'm tasing him, I'll be like, stop resisting.
So not only he's telling Birdie not to come out, but he's also telling Birdie that he's going to pull out I'm going to arrest you. Number one, I'm going to arrest you, showing a badge. Number two, I'm going to pull out my taser. And when I pull out my taser, I'm going to just initiate using the taser by saying, stop, I'm going to tase you. And then I'm going to tase you. And then I'm going to keep screaming, stop, I'm going to tase you. Stop up. Is that like, not only you're impersonating a law enforcement official, but you're also promoting police brutality, bro?
Yeah.
You're also going to promote police brutality while promoting impersonating an officer. Like, it's one thing to promote being an officer, but then to promote being an officer who's then gonna abuse the power of being a police officer on somebody else because you are drinking Kool-Aid and that's your awareness problem. How in the hell? Like I said, I would be surprised if the FBI, because this ain't done. Watch. He's flaunting the FBI too. Watch.
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting.
Keep talking crap. I'm gonna arrest you. I'm gonna say free. Well, first of all, I'm gonna break my taser out and be like, nerdy, stop resisting, and just start tasing them. And as I'm tasing them, I'll be like, stop resisting. Stop resisting. Fuck that dude. What's he in town for? I told him meet up with me. So yeah, I was smoking a joint if he thinks that's a big deal. And then he called the sheriff's on me. Uh-oh. Anyway, screw that dude. This is for Nancy. Just want to get that out the way.
It's for Nancy. He just wants to get that out of the way.
Fuck the one. Nerdy. See this?
He's flaunting the FBI shirt.
What it says right here?
Look at this. Special police. See what it says right there, you guys? Special police. It says special police.
Special, yeah. Special's right.
Police.
Do you think so? Listen, we're all wired when an officer comes up, flashes a badge. We can't read that shit. We're already wired as humans to hold, right? To hold back, to okay, what's going on? To automatically trust. That's why impersonating an officer is really bad legally. Like you get in trouble. That's why, because that kind of natural instinct that we have. Dude, this right here, can you imagine if somebody out there that never seen this video, that is thinking that this guy is an investigator and walks up and does this and pulls out a get down or I'll tase you. And they get down because they think they're getting a dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I don't know who would believe that, but I guess
it would. I mean, it'd be hard not to. What I'm saying is say you're in daylight hell, even
no, I know that. I know what you mean.
You all you see is a badge on a leather frickin' thing, and somebody that has a law enforcement shirt on, and obviously has a taser. But how do you know if that he probably has a taser that looks like a pistol?
Yeah,
Who says he's not carrying a pistol?
Yeah. So I mean, watching this, like watching the video, I'm not sure how people are like. Out in the street. You want to see a video of him out in the street, Randy? Here, I'll show you a video of him out in the street using it. I'll show you a video of him out. But listen, it's all over. FBI. Here, let me scroll through my Twitter. You'll see the dude was out in the street a couple days ago, flashing it off, wearing it. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, the dude was this isn't no, it's no different. And to sit there and think that there's a difference between it being at home and out, and I'm sorry, you got to get a little more awareness yourself, because you do it, you already did it. It's a crime to do it. It's already a crime to do it, whether you're sitting in your house or whether you're out in the public. It's the same kind of crime. You're impersonating an officer and you're promoting an officer abusing his power. I don't, right here. So they're out doing searches. Oh, hold on. It was the same search that they were doing. 1 second. The dude was literally, and you can go to my Twitter and you can have everything. The dude was literally out on a live stream, standing there waving the damn badge. And JLR was like, oh, I'm going to get arrested, you guys. I'm going to get arrested, you guys. It's somewhere on here. Yeah, we'll leave that on there. I'll have to look for it. It's somewhere on there. But you'll know. JLR is sitting there going, oh, I'm going to get arrested, you guys. I ain't impersonating no officer, wearing the same shirt, flashing the I'll arrest you. I'll arrest you. I'll tase you.
saying the same shit. But it doesn't matter whether it's out in public or at your own home. You're still doing it.
Yeah.
And if anybody has the eyesight where you can see, here, let's go back to this video. You can see what it says when I pause it. If you can see what it says when it's this big, let's see. So let's say the badge is right there. You can literally see, you can see that it's a fake badge from right there. Can you see if it says some kind of police on it? And that's about what you would see, probably less than that.
Yeah.
Because you would probably just see something that's about that big. So if you can sit there and bash other people for not realizing that it's a fake badge, I feel sorry for you. Because you must have some damn good eyesight, and you should be working for the Artemis 2 mission. Because if you have that kind of eyesight, they could use your help on the shuttle up there. They could. Because you would be able to, yep, I see the moon, you guys, way before anybody else. And that would be a tremendous help to them, for real. There was something off. Yeah, the dude's promoting this shit and promoting police brutality while wearing the badge, promoting that he's an officer. Like, the shit is wild. All right, so the TED stuff, that was crazy, dude. I'm glad to hear that people were warning him, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, because with what I was seeing, was people were just egging him to go back. And I'm just like, dude, if you truly cared about this guy, you would already know the kind of danger he was lucky to dodge, like so freaking lucky. And it's because he was a no-name. If he had a bigger name, I guarantee we wouldn't know where he was at today. Guarantee it. Yeah. It's because he was a nobody. They found out he was a nobody. And after they found out he was a nobody, then they were like, we'll just rob him of his. They probably already assumed it, because somebody that really does investigate isn't going to leave their drink sitting there, isn't going to sit there and hang out with you if you didn't even know how to spell her name to look up oh yeah, let me see a photo of Nancy if you know so much about her. How do you spell her name? An investigator wouldn't have even sat down with you and entertained anything being truthful out of your mouth after that point either. So they probably already had an idea that the dude wasn't anybody, because when you're a criminal, you are way smarter than that. You're way smarter than that, and you're gonna notice that shit. That it's such a easy red flag to pop out. You're already gonna see it. So I'm glad to see that, people were in here. Hey, I was reaching out. I'm glad to hear that, because honestly, the dude's going to get hurt. He's lucky. He really is. Like, he isn't even aware of how close he actually slipped out of the grasp of something really bad happening to him. Like, it was like one of those things where he was sneaking out of the door was shutting, and it literally closed with his shirt stuck in it, and he had to yank it out. Like, that's how close he was.
Yeah.
Right, to getting, and I hope he stays safe, man. Go work on something local, bro. Like, around areas, the streets, people, so that way, work on the other stuff, so then you can work on the focus after you already get down how to investigate, and listen to the red flags. So many times I was saved because I listened to the red flag, even though it seemed odd to me. And it's, why am I feeling? I listened to it, and you don't know how many times I slipped out of that crack. My shirt just didn't get caught. I slipped out of that crack. My shirt didn't get caught. Please be safe, bro. I don't want to
Yeah.
see anybody. I hate talking about this case and what happened to Nancy. Why would I want to talk about something like that happening to somebody else too? I don't want to. I don't. It's I hate the fact that it even happened to somebody in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's a worry. It's like a concern because it just keeps adding and like compounding the case.
I mean, Julie, if Ted wants to talk, listen, I'm a seasoned vet when it comes to searching, investigating. If the dude wants to talk, I'll give him knowledge. I'll do whatever I can to help the motherfucker not die or get kidnapped. You know what I'm saying? If you're not going to listen to anybody and you're going to go out there, bro, like, man, I'll even talk, but you got to have that awareness. Just go ahead and go to another channel, Randall. You're already being combative already. Just go to another. Here, let me help you. You've been combative anyway. So yeah, so speaking about Nerdy, right? So Nerdy, again, has been doing a lot of great drone footage. He even did, even though I don't think that the camera that has the vehicles, that camera from a few blocks away that was going up and down and all around, I'm like, this criminal is not taking this route. They're not taking this route. There's no way in hell. That video, he did a drone video from where Nancy's house is, the neighborhood, and then also over to where that camera was located. So that is valuable because even though I don't think that there's any legitimacy to the video in the Kia Soul, because it's like the criminal wouldn't have even gone that route. Even if they were going in that direction, they wouldn't have even gone that route. It is critical because what if I'm wrong? And what if the 0.00001% chance that criminals took that route? Well, that is very critical drone footage. So I'm not saying I'm right about everything. I'm just telling you what makes common sense analytically and experience, like just what makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm scared for him too, Julie. I really am. Like, seriously, he can come on the show. I can talk to him in the background. I don't know. Listen, like I said, I've had shit happen. Look up Lumber River State Park, 10 plus searches there. Look at how dangerous it is there alone. Okay. Not to mention the other places. I know. I even had to compare ammunition with somebody there at Lumber River State Park just to let them know you need to back the fuck off. You're sitting here talking about how my shoes are going to be missing soles because I'm running out of here so quick. And I'm telling you, I'm good, bro. I ain't worried about shit. When it gets to a point where you're discussing ammunition, and I'm like, it don't matter. It just matters who pulls it first, bro. I ain't worried about it. When it gets that bad and you got 10 people standing around you and I'm by myself, I know how dangerous it can be. Trust me. I'm worried about the dude.
Yeah, me too.
So anything that just stay safe, man. I don't want to see him become a victim. I really don't. Even if it's, I hate to say it, he's going to get robbed even more, but I hate to even see him as a victim of that. Just anything, period, is unfortunate. And Brian Enton, he had a neighbor on a couple episodes ago. Brian Enton had a neighbor on discussing how bad the crime is in that area. Discussing how bad the crime is. You got Sheriff Nanos, like the dude bringing a loaded gun into the airport that's unregistered.
Yeah.
There's so much crap that's going on. Like, and this shoe print, I don't know. I'll have to. It's going to be a longer episode, you guys. Happy Easter, everybody. There's, like the title says, there's too much to talk about,
Yeah.
too much shit to title. I didn't even know how to title this episode because I'm like, I don't even know what to make as a title. Like,
This is too much.
there's so much. Like, I couldn't even fit it in the YouTube 100 character title. I couldn't even fit everything in there. So I'm just like, screw it. Too much shit to title. That's what it's going to be today. We're going to have a longer show, longer than usual. We're going to talk about all this stuff. We're going to be watching different things, going through different stuff. I do want to share this out of fairness to Nerdy, because I did discuss a little bit ago about Nerdy and how that person that not only gave the information to JLR about the flight, which then JLR was able to go harass Nerdy and then get the cops called on him. They got a court date 4/28/2026. But this is that everything is on my Twitter, or X. I always call it Twitter. But here's the link if you want it. Everything that we do discuss, everything that we do show is either going to be on YouTube or Twitter. Most of the time it's going to be on Twitter, and I'll be retweeting it. So even if I'm not doing a show, follow me over on Twitter. Follow me over on Facebook. I do share stuff on there too. I'll drop the link for that. You can follow me over there. Even when I'm not doing the shows, I'm over there updating, retweeting, sharing stuff. So you guys can keep on the know of all this stuff, even if I'm not doing a show. But this right here, this is that post where, guys, I had no right to post this. This is someone's child, regardless. And those of you who actually have been with me know that my heart is in a good place. I apologize for my part in all of this and just want to move forward with positivity and light. Again, you already had that self-reflective moment before you hit the click on the button to send it, because you said to yourself, should I send this even though I know it's not true? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send it anyway.
Yeah.
That was the moment, not after you get called out and you get, hate for putting out misinformation as bad as child abuse against another individual. That's not true. That's some major ass allegations. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to be. She lost all credit with me. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care what the hell she comes out with after this. The fact that you were willing to lie and go that deep with your lie, I don't care if you come out with some breaking news. I can't trust it, because like, you already came out with that shit, and that's not trustworthy. So how in the hell can I trust you when you come out about some other quote breaking news? Can't. Because you saw how JLR got sucked into it. He started promoting it, sharing it on Twitter, saying it in his live streams, talking about how Nerdy was a child abuser and all this other stuff. It'll be send info. Let me see here. Sorry. Do that.
Sorry.
But you're good. But this is I posted this without knowing any details, the facts, accused a father of child abuse, which you as a parent should know is a serious accusation and a hurtful one at that. You're new to true crime. Now, this isn't, no. Sorry, guys, I robbed a bank. No, it doesn't mean you get to avoid prison. Give me a break. Yeah, I did. I had especially Sebastian. I mean, every case we've worked on, you guys got to this is what people have to understand, especially to the green people. We are working on cases that people don't want the truth to be discovered. So what kind of people do you think are going to be involved? What kind of people do you think want to stop you from finding out the truth, want to stop you from discovering things? It's the same kind of people. You have to understand you are already in dangerous territory once your name gets associated with anything to do with that case. And if you're going out there boots on the ground and you're going out there investigating, you are going to their community where the crime happened. You don't know what street's bad. You don't know who's shady. You are a sitting duck. You're coming to their couch. They know where their remote is. They know where their Pepsi is. They know where everything is at. You don't. So the fact that you're coming to an area, they don't want you to find the truth. The people that don't want you to find the truth are the ones that are the criminals in the first place, which will do whatever they can do to stop the truth from coming out. So there's even more danger. And then you are in their neighborhood. That right there, it's not a good situation. And that's before you even start doing what you're doing. You were exactly right, Julie. You were walking on a land, like a land of landmines, and you don't know where they're at, and they do. That's how you need to already understand where you're going. You have to have that awareness, bro. This is why I'm saying your shirt got caught when that door shut, and thank God you were able to yank it out and you didn't get stuck. But not to say it ain't gonna happen on the next one, because it will. But yeah, that's that post right there, talking about that. Now, about the nerdy stuff and how it was false. I haven't seen any redactions from JLR coming out saying it was false. I haven't seen any tweets. There's a lot of tweets about dude being a child abuser from JLR. There's a lot of videos of him saying on his live streams that Nerdy was a child abuser. Now, that girl that put out the information and shared the information with JLR about the child abuse stuff and the flight information, she's come out and said that it was a mistake and it wasn't the truth, and she apologizes. I have yet to hear anything from JLR, just like anything about the DV stuff. Just
Exactly.
like the thing about the assault at the airport. If you're claiming you're the victim, Nerdy's showing the documents that you're the suspect, but you're claiming to be the victim, that you have video of it, then show the video. Show the document that you are the victim, bro. Like, there's a lot of stuff being spun. But the neighbors, they ain't. I want to play that video real quick. The neighbors ain't drinking the Kool-Aid. I do want to post something here real quick, and I do want to make a goal, because we have a logo here, and we're starting a new campaign here. So for every 10 contributions, it's a 10 contribution goal. So for every 10, whether that's PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, anything, any kind of contribution that goes to the show, when it reaches 10, and if it goes beyond that, it goes, but every 10 contributions, each one of those 10 contributions gets an entry for a free mug of our mugs. So our mugs on a coffee mug. So, and then if there's 10 of them, and it doesn't just go, I know YouTube has a goal thing where it says for just YouTube contributions, but maybe it goes to 2 or 3 or whatever, but I'm counting Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. The links are in the description, or you can just exclamation point whatever app you want to donate to. The link will come down for you in chat from Nightbot. But 10 total. So even if there's only a couple on YouTube, that don't matter. We're including these other ones. And if we get 10, if somebody contributes 10 times, well, then you're getting a free coffee cup because you already contributed 10 times. It's because every time is an entry. So if somebody contributes 3 times with something, you know, and obviously there's like a minimum. I think it was $2 or something like that, $2 minimum or something like that. If you do 3 and there's 7 other different people, you get 3 entries and they get 1, because it's for every contribution of the 10. So that's something that we're starting for that. Now, I want to play this short video that I put out yesterday, because this is talking about how the neighbors are not drinking the Kool-Aid anymore. So let me get this started. I'm going to drop the link, show some love on it, and we're going to get into Sheriff Nanos and the crap that's going on with him now. And that's some heavy shit, especially the backlash, the mishaps from the investigation, and then also this showing up to an airport baggage claim with with a gun, and it was unregistered. It was unregistered. All right, here's the neighbors not drinking the Kool-Aid anymore. I woke up this morning and there's still comments about supporting domestic violence. I'm disgusted by it. I'm just shocked that society has individuals that live on this planet that think the way that they do. If you can sit there and support domestic violence, you got freaking issues. It doesn't matter what name it is. It's the fact that it's domestic violence. What nutball is going to drive to the airport to show up and harass the person? Like, who does that? If you're mad at somebody, that's that, right. If you're mad at somebody, that's one thing. But you literally shut down a day of work, drive to the freaking airport to harass the shit out of that person. That shows there's some issues, bro. JLR went there and literally started harassing Nerdy when he got off the plane, to the point where Nerdy had to call the cops on JLR. Now JLR has been putting it out there on Twitter that JLR himself was the victim. A person that is normally going to be camped out or with other streamers, getting together, showing fake badges, passing out misspelled flyers.
Right.
You're not doing that. You show up to the airport where somebody's coming in for them to harass you. That makes absolutely no sense, right? Right from the get-go, it smells. So you go to the airport that dude lands in. But here's the thing, Nerdy put out the document that shows that JLR, in fact, was the suspect, not the victim. It was obvious when a particular individual came back into the neighborhood a couple days ago, the 3-letter. It was obvious the neighbors ain't down with the DV. They're not drinking the Kool-Aid. You may be able to fool the mass audience, but you're not going to fool the neighbors. The neighbors, most of them already don't like JLR after this DV stuff came out, and they've seen the documents. They've read the documents. They've listened to the 911 calls. They know. That's why as soon as he's showing up, that's why he's got to be parked out in other places, because the neighbors are already kicking him out of there. You may be able to spin it like Nerdy was the suspect to the mass audience, but with people that actually are looking at the documentation of everything, no. And these neighbors, you already know they are, because they already knew the stuff about the DV stuff going on. So you know that they're looking at it, they're reading it, and they're seeing the truth. They're not drinking the Kool-Aid. I woke up this morning and there's still comments. All right, so there's that. And yeah, it's a daily thing. It literally is a daily thing. And you've seen it in this live chat throughout this show. You see the support for this domestic stuff, and it's just like, what are we doing as a society here? You know, I thought we were supposed to be better than this. We were supposed to call out and confront. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like there's this cult mentality around certain people where, like, it's just, I don't know. I mean, there's a limit to how much you can support a person if things are becoming questionable, right? Like, just try and think about it, I would say.
Well, just like Sheriff Nanos, you know, you got like Sheriff Nanos. He's defending the investigation. Still, this is just from a couple days ago. We'll watch the video interview. We have the video interview too. But this is him defending investigators in the Nancy Guthrie case. Still, and it's like, how? Oh wait, is this the video? I have the video on YouTube. But let me read through the article here real quick. And yes, exactly right. That's how you can see the pattern from years ago, when you're literally promoting swastikas
Mm.
and Hitler, given the what do they call this thing where they when Hitler did this? What did they call that thing?
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know. What hell, you know,
Yeah,
doing that shit, waving a swastika.
yeah,
Like that was just one of the. There's so many out there, right? And you're seeing the same kind of processing up here when just like I said in that video. Look, if you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at somebody, right? But the fact that your anger is going to make you show up when they get off a flight to harass them,
yeah, and
that's
I mean,
unhinged.
exactly. And doing that when there's when all of the stuff is coming out about you being unhinged just shows lack of insight. Don't demonstrate it while people are talking about it and you're supposed to be denying it. Then you go and do it. Go and do it.
It's adding to the unhingedness.
Yeah.
Because already unhinged, you got this stuff coming out. Shout out Plunder, because she's dropping so many documents, you guys. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have the time to play it and go through. She is doing an amazing job with all the FOIAs and stuff. I'm sure the unhinged is getting even more because of that.
Yeah.
You know, and then you go out there, and where once the neighbors showed nothing but showered love to you, and then when you return after fleeing again, then you come to the neighborhood where the neighbors don't drink the Kool-Aid because they know how to read documents. They know how to listen to 911 calls. They know how to digest the information that they're getting. And that's why when he came back, he was like, hey, they're like, you need to go. He's like, hey, I'm not even parked here. I'm just talking to no, you need to go. They were kicking him out that quick. He wasn't even allowed to park in front of the house. That's why you've never seen him park at the house. That's why he's been parked at CVS. That's why he's been parked or going up to a mall to hand out stuff or going to these different, because he's not allowed in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Because they know. So I'm sure that's just adding to more unhingedness. And I would hate to see what happens next. If he's willing to drive out to a frickin' airport and go to the baggage claim to harass Nerdy, when what has Nerdy done since he's been? What did Nerdy do but put out this information just like Plunder? He's been doing what Plunder has been doing. Releasing FOIAs, releasing documents, releasing photos, releasing stuff just like Plunder. So that's why he got attacked. He wasn't out there just like when JLR was on his stream, the last one he did at home, right at the end. Guys, they're knocking on my doors. You guys, I feel, they're contacted. They didn't do none of that. They were literally 2 blocks away standing up against domestic violence.
Yeah.
That's all they were doing. It's all about attacking Nerdy. He was even the one reporting the child abuse stuff. So it's gotten to be this whole thing has become a shit show. And Nancy's getting lost in it too, with all the stuff that's out there. The neighbors, I mean, shout out, they see what Nerdy's doing. Nerdy's out there doing work. Like I said, he's done so much work already, more than what any of these people have done in 2 months already. Real work, not searching fucking landmines and searching prisons and stuff like that. I mean, there's a reason why they're doing those, because they know they're not going to find her, and it sounds cool. Maybe she's over here. Give me a break. It's all these people know what to they if people God, you have a better chance of donating your money to one of these scam organizations from the government than you do, freaking sending it out there. They had already contacted police to let them know they were 2 blocks. Yeah, they did. They even asked Nerdy and the other dude even reached out to the police before they even showed up and said, look, we're going to be doing a peaceful protest at this location against domestic violence. Is it okay that we can do this? And they even got the okay from the police. That's why nothing happened. Nothing happened. And it's not, it's got to be about bring Nancy home. It's got to be. But yeah, they even contacted. So it's like why these guys, the neighbors know in Tucson, Nancy's neighbors know what the hell's going on. They see what's going on. They know this too. They know that these people were 2 blocks away on a main road and they got the okay. They see what the Kool-Aid is being spun. That's why they weren't even allowing dude to be sitting there in the street talking to somebody. Get out of here. Get out of here. But he's not going to tell you guys that because he wants you to think that the community loves him being there, that the community wants him to be there, when in all reality, they don't. It's just a bunch of fangirls calling in on the live calls. There's a reason that you email and he calls you back because he can choose who he's going to talk to and who gets on the platform. He's not allowing the free people to come in and just confront and say anything. It's a pick and choose to promote the agenda, so y'all don't really know what's going on boots on the ground. Y'all don't know. So this is Sheriff Nanos. He's defending his investigators' work in the Nancy Guthrie case after questions surfaced about their experience level. News 4 Tucson sat down one-on-one. We'll play the video here in a minute. With Pima County Sheriff's Department, he says he has complete faith in his team and wants to set the record straight. He says, you cannot attack my department. Attack the sheriff, but you will not get by with attacking my department, Nano says. Public reports say that his investigators made mistakes in the early stages of Guthrie's disappearance. I would say that's being kind when it comes to what they did and didn't do. Nanos pushes back against those claims. Discrediting an investigation like this doesn't help anything. It's very harmful. No, we don't believe there were any mistakes made, Nanos says. Very interesting. It's no awareness, Rosee.
Yeah.
No awareness. What is happening to society? We have investigators with no awareness. We have sheriffs with no awareness. We have wannabe investigators with no awareness. No awareness. What we got other people out there that aren't even aware of their own domestic violence. No awareness.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening to society. And like this is a person who's in a really powerful position around all of this, and he's still defaulting to pretending that he's defending his department. Meanwhile, people are asking about him, his decisions.
It's that I'm going to be coming out with a short video later on today. It's going to be called Nanos, Nixon, and Nepotism. Okay.
Sounds perfect.
I brought it up a couple shows ago, how it reminds me of Nixon. How Nixon, we've never done anything wrong. You guys are making it up. I'm not going to have any awareness. I'm not going to admit that I make any mistakes. I don't make any mistakes. It reminds me of this, the defiance of the obvious. And a person in a high position that is willing to the very end that they have to resign. He's going to be forced to resign. I guarantee it. He already has to know when the recall takes place and the voting. You already have every freaking deputy voting against you, bro. You ain't going to win. I guarantee once it gets to the very last part where he's about to get kicked out, he's going to do a Nixon. He's going to I'm telling you right now, I'm going to resign for the good of the public. I am not a crook. I am not a crook. He's going to do the same stuff. Nanos, Nixon, nepotism. Look for that short video coming out later this afternoon. This sergeant has been the supervisor of homicide for over 2 years, and in that time he has solved some... hold on one second. He also fought back against public accusations that the lead investigator on Guthrie's case has never investigated a homicide. Nanos pointed to the sergeant's track record as proof. So this Arizona insider, which was a little bit of a flat tire, going to be honest, but the Arizona insider, we covered it 2 lives ago. He was saying that, or I should say, I assume it's a he, was saying that the person didn't have any experience at all whatsoever. So it's kind of interesting how Nanos is coming out to then sit here and tell everybody, the public, because remember, we all know Nanos. And what does Nanos have, Rosee?
What does Nanos have?
Nanos has diarrhea of the mouth.
Right, he does.
Yes, Nanos has diarrhea of the mouth.
Oh, gross.
Right. So Nanos says this sergeant has been the supervisor of homicide for over 2 years, and in that time he has solved some pretty significant, very high-profile cases for this area. The Reddington homicide, the Goodwill homicide, and they solved that within days, Nanos said. Nanos also addressed recent reports calling for him to step down as sheriff. He reminded Tucson that more than one union represents Pima County Sheriff's deputies, and they aren't all against him. What?
He's in denial.
He made it clear he won't tolerate attacks against his department. I'm not going to stand for it. These people work hard every day to keep our community safe, Nanos said. Yes. Nanos. Now, let me see here. Thank you to Caddy for this article. Now, this is the sheriff leading the Guthrie case under fire after TSA finds loaded gun in carry-on report. No thanks for these. All right. Sheriff already facing scrutiny over his handling of the ongoing Nancy Guthrie case, allegedly brought a loaded gun to an airport security checkpoint, according to reports. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, who has been leading the investigation into the disappearance of the 84-year-old, was stopped by Transportation Security Administration, TSA, agents after a loaded gun was discovered in his carry-on bag at Tucson International Airport in 2024. Okay, so this is a couple years ago. Citing an incident report, the media outlet said the gun contained multiple rounds of ammunition and was not declared before entering the checkpoint on November 6, 2024. The sheriff was not charged, but he was required to secure the gun before continuing his travel, according to the report. Quote, the sheriff missed his flight, stowed the firearm in his vehicle, and flew out later, the outlet noted. Isn't that because you got to have a proper case? I know when you're traveling on the airport, you have a firearm, you need to declare it. It's got to be in a specific TSA approved case for weapons. You could not have it loaded, the ammunition. I think maybe even now, I don't even think you're allowed to have ammunition on there. I think now they make, I think you definitely, it can't be loaded. Okay, number one, definitely can't be loaded. The clips, the magazines have to be out of the pistol. They have to be separate. It has to be in a TSA approved case, TSA approved locks. And I think now you're not allowed, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think now you're not allowed to even have ammunition with your weapon. You have to get that, I think,
Right.
separately, when you get to wherever you're going or whatever. So the fact that that means that you didn't have a case, because if you had a TSA approved case, they were either going to confiscate his pistol, or he was going to have to store it somewhere. They just couldn't allow him to take it or it go on a flight with him, because I'm pretty sure the case wasn't approved from TSA. The fact that he went and stored it in his vehicle, that he left at the airport, that he was going to leave parked at the airport for who knows how long,
Right.
that's dangerous too. Because
Very.
anybody can through your freaking window, and all of a sudden they come across a weapon that they can literally take for free. That's dangerous, even to leave it. So that shows a lack of awareness too, because you already missed your flight, bro. Why don't you have a deputy or somebody come pick it up and
Right.
take it back to the station and have it locked up or something? To leave it in your vehicle in an airport parking lot, just because you park in an airport parking lot and there's security there, doesn't mean ain't nothing gonna happen to your vehicle.
Yeah. And even like aside from that, you'd expect somebody like in his position and of his occupation to know the regulations and also to double check them if you don't know them. I mean, what did he just think he could like just do whatever? I don't understand.
Just lack of awareness. It's all over the place, and it's so unfortunate, because all of this unawareness has contributed to 2 months and 1 week later, no answers, no direction, no leads, no information, no nothing on where Nancy's at. And that's the unfortunate part. It added time on finding Nancy instead of
sure.
instead of taking time away. Thank you for that. Please hit the like. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to help us hit the algorithm. Share this out to your friends. Hey, if you're here, why not share it with your friends? Come have them join us. Share it out. Help us hit the algorithm. And please subscribe if you're not, if you're enjoying it. And also to Rosee here.
Thank you.
Let me drop her link too. It is in the description. And let me drop this as well. I see another ticket number 92. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate you very much. Good morning and happy Easter to you as well. That's a good question too. But this was, they're like, oh, he's a sheriff. He just made an honest mistake. That's why he got away with it.
No, I mean,
oh, damn. What, yeah. Brings up what if we come to find out, because listen, we're just hearing about this thing that happened in 2024. What if we find out a couple days later that at the same airport where his vehicle was parked, the gun was stolen, and then it turned out to be the porch guy's gun? Oh man, that would be so ironic, wouldn't it?
yeah,
That would be very ironic. Above the law.
absolutely.
I'm yes, it's above the law. It's above the law, but I can, you're listen, people make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? They obviously probably didn't know all the mistakes that he made, especially all the times that he was suspended before 2024. I'm sure they didn't know about all of that stuff, and so they were just, I can't knock them from forgiving him, because it's like, hey, he made a mistake. It's not like somebody that's coming off the street bringing it in, like this person carries this every single day. There's I can see how they would make a mistake. Not that I don't carry mine, but I could see how they would make a mistake, whatever. I could see them. Yes. Is it above the law? Yes. Let's be honest. because if it was, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna say that, because if it was any of us, I could see some of us even getting, you know, a pass. I they're not. I don't think every single person that was able or has been able or got caught, bringing in a weapon. I think there has to be
Some leeway.
there has to be. I can't see, because it's a mistake, especially like, I mean, I wouldn't make the mistake. I carry mine everywhere I go, but I'm not making it a mistake. Hell, I went to
Yeah.
a business a couple days ago where I already knew that I wasn't going to be able to bring my pistol in with me, and I already made the proper precautions to not have it, to still have it, but it was protected, locked up, and I knew that when I went to this business, it's not something that I would have been allowed to do. Now, it's when it comes to gun ownership, it's not up to others to tell you what you can do and you can't do. It's
Mhm.
up to you to research as a responsible gun owner. It is up to you to research what the laws are, what the restrictions are, what the rules are, no matter where you go, especially if you're going to another state.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's more so for the sheriff. Like, I really do think in that position, I think that it's like, you have a greater responsibility to things like safety and the law, and because that's what you represent. You represent enforcement of the law. So I know you can make a mistake, but it's like a big mistake. It's not like you pack too much shampoo. It's like a really big mistake. And I don't know. Maybe I'm just being.
No, it is. No, I
Yeah.
know. I trust me. I feel you. I feel you
Yeah.
guys. I do.
Yeah.
I feel you. Because it's above the law. I'm highlighting that comment still. It's above the law. It's above the law.
Yeah.
But I can understand. Um, I thought it was unregistered. It was unclaimed. My bad. I hadn't had any coffee yet.
Because that would have been really bad.
Yeah. Good morning. Unclaimed, unregistered. My eyes were a little foggy this morning, so I'm not going to do what others do and not say shit, I didn't.
I'm still
Damn
learning.
right.
Yeah.
Damn straight it's unregistered, right? Yeah, that's no.
Give me grace. Right.
Give me grace. Yeah. My God, what a cupcake society. I'm serious. Well, the blue wall of silence seems to work for these guys until there's a yeah. For sure. For sure. I have thought on but talk online. I'm not sure what federal begins at the air. It may have still been. Yeah, that is true too. Eric brings up a good point. Until he gets past the checkpoint. So yeah, that's a very good point. American airports are not federal jurisdiction until you get to that checkpoint, but when their jurisdictions, probably right when you enter. So whenever you get into a TSA checkpoint, there's most of the time there's a doorway that you have to. You have like because every airport that I went through and I had to go, there's you got like that rope line. You got that rope line for a line, to wait in line, and then you actually have to walk through a doorway. That is probably where the jurisdiction begins, because as soon as you walk into that doorway, you're entering that new room, and in that new room you have more of the rope outline for the lines. Then you get to the part where you're gonna have to again now, because they're gonna change the laws, but you're gonna have to start taking off your shoes again, because there's a report that came out that when they changed the law, when you didn't have to take off your shoes anymore because your shoes were getting scanned by this new technology. Well, a couple days after they implemented this new technology, And this new rule at the airports, they weren't telling anybody this whole time that in fact they couldn't scan tennis shoes. Now that report got released to the general public of how they really can't scan the shoes, the airports are going to be going back to having to scan the shoes again. So you go through that rope line, you get to the area where you got to take off your shoes, put your medals and stuff, your items in a bin, your carry-on, whatever, goes in a bin that gets scanned. Then you walk through the little as soon as you enter that doorway, to me, that's where the jurisdiction. I don't know for sure, but you're entering that doorway. Once you enter that doorway, it's the same room. It's not like there's another doorway. You know what I'm saying? You enter that doorway, you crossed into the TSA checkpoint security area. You get your stuff. It comes on that little automated thing. You put your shoes back on. You walk to where you got to fly. It's part of that same room. So that's probably where the jurisdiction is you can right outside that room. Once you cross it, yeah, you're in there. Yes, thank you all for being here this morning, and happy Easter to everybody. We're doing a little extended show this morning because there's just too much shit to talk about, too much shit to title. Allegedly, therefore, well, as far as I know, Tommaso's been cleared from the FBI. And if the FBI cleared him, listen, if he was cleared by Pima County, I couldn't trust it. But if they were cleared from the FBI, I don't care if he allegedly studied DNA and all this other stuff. It doesn't matter to me, because once you get cleared from the FBI, you're cleared to me. You're cleared to me. So
Yeah.
whatever he studied or whatever, allegedly, none of my concern. It would be if they weren't cleared, or if Pima County cleared him, but FBI cleared him. The FBI does a beautiful, wonderful job, and if they cleared him, that's all I need to know. Let me see. Kisa K. Keister Bunny. I wish it said your YouTube name. I hate how YouTube changed it to handles. Keister Bunny. CJ, remember what I said about Nanos in the beginning? Yes, the abuse of authority and micromanaging. Those on both sides of the law in Pima County had real animosity toward him. Yes, you said it from the beginning. That is 100.
Yeah.
Tech Death Hippie too. Tech Death Hippie came in and said the ego thing right off the bat. Yep. Both of y'all. I think it was that first show too. The first show that we covered it came in, and yeah. The issue may have been the point they found the gun. Yeah. Yeah. It was in a bag. It probably was in a bag. It went through the scanner, and they're like, beep, 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 beep. Hey, man, you got this. Oh, man, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. All right. Do you got a approved TSA case for it? No. Okay. Well, we're going to have to confiscate it unless you will allow you to go back to your vehicle. You know, whatever you need to do, you just can't keep it here. Otherwise, we got to confiscate it. Okay. Let me go put it in my car.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. A good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Most likely because he was stopped before crossing the actual line, he was allowed to take his weapon to his car and then re-enter. Yeah, I'm thinking because it had to be in a bag, and it was probably in his carry-on. So when you go to the airport, you would be in that line. Before you go into that, I don't know, capsule thing. I don't know what you call it. That capsule, and it.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you step into it, and it goes around you. That's where you put. Before the carry-on and all of your items in your pockets and medals and necklaces and watches.
Right.
All of that stuff goes into the bin. Your carry-on.
Okay.
If it goes in a separate bin, normally people have their carry-on in a separate bin, and then all of their other items either in that same bin or in another bin.
Okay.
While you're
I understand
walking
what you
through,
mean now.
yeah, while you're walking through that, or standing there while it's doing that, that's when your carry-on and your other items are getting scanned in the little thing that the bins go into. That's where they would have been flagged about the weapon.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's not going to have it on him, because he would have already, oh shoot, I need to take that off, and he's not going to set it in the freaking bin on its own. To me, it makes the most sense that it was in a carry-on and bing, 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 you know. Yeah, DV is not okay. They have the scanners in most jails now. Oh, those things that go woo, woo, woo. It's really weird being in them. And supposedly they can like see underneath your clothes and shit too. Not that I'm worried about it, but isn't it kind of weird how they can see underneath your clothes? Like,
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Allegedly.
I guess it makes sense though.
Allegedly, supposedly. All right, so this is more. I'm going to play that video of Sheriff Nanos, and we're going to get into some other stuff. We're going to show like the nerdy. He's got some drone footage. We're going to show. We're going to discuss. You know, it was always, I don't know. It just bothered me how Hoda was doing the interview and her movements and reactions and the fake crying. We're not the only ones that were calling it out a couple shows ago. The Gone in the Night special and the video that we did before, the live that we did before that, where we had part 1, 2, and 3. That whole time I'm just like, man, this bugs me so much. Just quit. You don't even have to fake it, Hoda. Just stop. You know, we're not the only ones. Megyn Kelly was discussing that, so we're going to check that out here in a little bit. We're going to talk about the bloody shoe print that was supposedly found on the porch. I never heard of that. So Ashley Banfield supposedly says that there was a bloody shoe print. We're going to watch a video about Brian Enton discussing how violent the neighborhood is, and the area has a vast history of violence and crime. So we're going to check that out too. Like I said, we're doing an extended Happy Easter show for y'all today. We're going to be here pulling out a 4 or 5 hour show, something like that, hanging out with you. Hopefully y'all are having a good Easter, peaceful and positive. And we're going to check out 2 videos. This is the quick interview of Sheriff Nanos, and then we're going to watch this News Nation back scroll about Savannah speaking out, the difficult terrain, and the sheriff's scrutiny. So everything that we're going to be talking about, that's going to be in this little back scroll video as well. So we're going to chill back, watch a couple videos here about Sheriff Nanos, and see what else. I got to check out this. I got to hear from his own mouth and see with his own facial expressions how he's going to sit here and defend this investigation.
Right.
What's up, Jay Gallagher? I haven't flown since '98. Woo, yeah. It's a lot different. it's especially nowadays too. It's a lot different with all that other stuff going on. But yeah. All right. So here's this. I can't wait to break down the Hoda stuff in a little bit because Maureen Callahan, I love her. She does a great job ever since I've started seeing her since Nancy's case came out. I've seen Maureen Callahan. She speaks. She don't even hold back. Like if the eyes rolling and all. I mean, just tell us the truth, even with your face. You know what I'm saying? I love it. Just give us the truth. Tell us how. All right, we're gonna check out this interview, and we're gonna see how he can say this with a straight face. I don't know. Thank you all for being here.
In depth tonight. The Pima County Sheriff goes one-on-one with News 4 Tucson, defending his homicide investigators on the Nancy Guthrie case after questions surface about their experience level. News 4 Tucson's Cassie Scott explains live from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Cassie.
Monica, Sheriff Chris Nanos wants to set the record straight. He didn't mince his words. He has total faith in his department. Facing backlash over his department's handling of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, Nanos wants to clear the air.
But you cannot attack my department. Attack the sheriff. but you will not get by with attacking my department.
With reports coming out that his investigators made mistakes in the early stages of Guthrie's disappearance, this is what Nanos had to say.
Discrediting an investigation like this doesn't help anything. It's very harmful. No, we don't believe there were any mistakes made.
He goes on to fight back against public accusations that the lead investigator on Guthrie's case has never investigated a homicide.
This sergeant's been the supervisor of homicide for over 2 years. And in that time, he solved some pretty significant, very high-profile cases for this area. The Reddington homicide, the Goodwill homicide, and they solved those within days.
As for the recent reports that he should step down from being our sheriff,
for 50 years, every sheriff here has had that. I can't listen to that. That's white noise.
And reminds Tucson that there is more than one union that represents Pima County Sheriff deputies, and they aren't all against him.
That one organization is 1 out of 5. They represent less than 20% of the department.
Meanwhile, he says he will continue to protect his team when it comes to their work on the Guthrie investigation.
I'm not going to stand for it. These people work hard every day to keep our community safe.
Not only did the sheriff talk about the pride he has in his team, but he also went in depth on the disappearance into Nancy Guthrie and the impact that false reports have had on him and his team. We're going to have those stories next week. For now, we're live at the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I'm Cassie Scott, News 4 Tucson.
So much unawareness, man. It's shocking. He's like, it's only 20% of the department. It don't make no difference. Not the fact that that nobody, dude, there's so many people. That's why he won't even do interviews with Brian Enton no more, because Brian Enton's had the ex-Pima sheriff on there talking about, I mean, and if anybody hasn't seen that episode, Fox 10 did a great special. We covered the whole thing, not only the special, but the behind the scenes extra bonus footage that they had, the full interviews of each segment that they were doing. And if you haven't watched any of it, even before you watch the special, watch the interview, the full interview. It's like 25 minutes, 30 minutes, the full interview with the ex-Pima County Sheriff, the Fox 10 special. And I'm telling you, and if you can go to our live stream even, and it's in the description, the timestamp is in there. You can literally just click on that timestamp and it'll take you right to that interview, and we break the whole thing down. He had the most sense out of anybody that I've ever heard talk about the case, talk about the tragedy that took place because of the lack of the investigation, the mistakes of the investigation, the things that it does to the community, and how much his community truly does care about Nancy. It was a wonderful interview, and I'm so glad that Fox 10 included those segments beyond the special, because if they would have only left in the couple minutes that he spoke, we would have missed so much of what's coming out of his soul. And you can tell that he wishes that he would have been the one leading the investigation, because none of this would have taken place.
Yeah, I get that impression from everybody in the, I get that impression not from everyone in the department, but I can imagine from what we have heard just from people speaking out that it's frustrating for all of them. I think that they all just wish that things were different so that they could get on with the case and do their work. And I don't think that it's a reasonable response to be like, well, people are complaining about me. Well, it's not a lot of people. That's not what you were asked. We weren't asking how many people or if it's a lot or what's the percentage. It was like, can you address these claims? But he'll just never directly address anything.
No, he didn't do anything wrong. Didn't do anything wrong. So how could, what do you need to address if you didn't do anything wrong, you know? Right. And this is what I brought up earlier when I was telling you guys that he was out there promoting feeding the homeless, and he didn't even know the guy's name that set it up, and he was standing right there handing out food, and he didn't even bother to go ask him his name. He's just like, somebody's dad. But yeah, he was taking credit for feeding the homeless when all he did was show up to film it. So why did his post not identify the organization or who actually sponsored the event? Falls the line with the boots on the ground nonsense, because sitting in a lawn chair with a cell phone pointed at somebody's house does not count as boots on the ground, nor does putting your camera on a tripod and pointing it at a table full of food count as feeding the homeless. But yet feeding the homeless and handing out Nancy Guthrie flyers. Same thing on YouTube. A video was put out last night, feeding the homeless. And it's like, what? I just watched the videos of, because there's people that were live streaming the event. I was watching those videos and they just showed up. And so you can see how, like, we already heard and seen the stuff about the information that gets created and twisted from this particular individual. And you're seeing more of it right here, grifting off somebody else's event for feeding the homeless to try and get, you know what I'm saying? And we go back 2 months ago and we're like, imagine what 3,000 to 4,000 could have done for our team to find Nancy. And we're looking at $500,000 plus being donated to this individual alone in 2 months. In 2 months, 500,000 plus.
Yeah.
And 3,000 to 4,000 is a drop of a bucket. How much can you imagine? What, to anybody that did donate, can you imagine the value that you could have got out of just that $3,000 to $4,000 with our team in the very beginning? And look at what you got 2 months later with your 500,000 plus.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that little teeny bit, that little speck drop in that bucket, and how much that could have done for Nancy compared to what you're seeing? It's nuts. It's nuts. All right. This is the next video. Sheriff Nanos, the News Nation. Now, this is going to be talking about, obviously, Savannah's message. I do want to listen to that again. Also, it's going to be discussing the terrain. We're going to be listening to Brian Enton here shortly with the interview from the neighbor talking about how high the crime is there, how dangerous it is there. And then we're going to be hearing more about Sheriff Nanos. So check this out. This is the next one.
The search for Nancy Guthrie is now entering another critical phase, and the clock may be working against investigators. It has been more than 7 weeks since the 84-year-old vanished from her home in the Catalina foothills. It is a stunning but rugged area just outside of Tucson, known for its steep, rocky terrain, washes, desert vegetation, and that's the point. Are we talking about hiding clues? Are we talking about evidence being hidden in plain sight? The search teams have already combed the area using drones and dogs and ground crews, but that landscape may be working against them. You have uneven ground, you have limited access points, large spread out properties. They make it hard to know what's been missed and what hasn't. And now there's a new concern. As we head into spring, summer, those temperatures are going to rise. The desert changes. Heat, wind, wildlife can degrade or move evidence. And while thicker vegetation can make visibility even worse, all of this is happening at this point as the investigation continues with no reports of any suspects, no clear breakthrough, despite DNA testing and video analysis and thousands of tips. Yesterday, crime and cold case investigator Cheryl McCollum visited the area to see for herself what investigators are dealing with. And she joins me now live once again. Cheryl, good to see you. Thanks for taking the time. All right. What are we not seeing? You went to that terrain. What are we not seeing there that maybe a map or drone footage just can't tell us?
Jesse, it is unforgiving. I mean, the plants can cut you. There are rattlesnakes. There are bobcats. There are mountain lions. There are black bears. The ground is so hard. It's like cement. There's just rocks everywhere. And then you've got extreme heat. It was 105 the day I landed. So I just have a whole new respect for what they are trying.
Well, let's be honest, that was the day she landed. Now, if we're talking about day 1 to day 10, guess how cool it would have been to do these searches. We had to search in land that had tough terrain and rattlesnakes and all these different wildlife. Did it stop us? No. We were aware.
Yeah.
We still did our work. It didn't stop us. So to sit there and say that that is an excuse for any searches not to happen, maybe from the people that are out there that don't know how to search. But when you have people that do know how to search, it can get done. It can get done. Nerdy's out there doing it right now. Shout out to Nerdy. Shout out to Nerdy. You got to give credit when credit's due. And I wish I could be out there with you, bro, and tag teaming on this shit to find her. I really do. Because I can tell he's got the same drive, effort, dedication to these victims as we do. And you need more people like that trying to do some real work. So shout out to him.
Yeah. Trying to accomplish here.
That raises two questions. One, is it so expansive that despite these search efforts from law enforcement, they just can't look at everything there? Or two, you're making me think about all the dangers there. A suspect or suspects, do they really want to go out there and try to dump evidence? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it would be too hazardous for them. Two perspectives there.
Listen, I think when I looked at it is vast and there's a lot of danger there, but you know, canines would have limited time they could work. That's the first thing that I thought about. It's not like you can take these dogs out there for half a day.
She's talking about the current weather. She's not talking about the weather that was February 1st in Arizona, ladies and gentlemen. February 1st.
Yeah.
We're still in winter. We're not in spring. We're getting to spring now. Yes, it's going to be hot. Yes, but when we're talking the first 2 weeks, and why didn't I? Because we don't have $3,000 to $4,000 to make the trip. That's why I'm sitting there saying, you got $500,000 plus being donated in 2 months, and look what you got out of it. When literally $3,000 to $4,000 could have funded our team to go out there and get a grid ground search of a mile within ground zero done in a week and a half. In a week and a half, a mile all the way around Nancy's house. 1 mile where I think she is. She's within that 1 mile area. I don't think she made it far from the home. And I think see this little picture here where there's a bunch of bushes and thick brush. Yeah. I really feel like Nancy is laying in one of these freaking bushes and brush. You can't see her from here. It takes somebody with drones, canines, and feet to find her. That's why we're not out there. We could be. But you see where, hey, I've always said, look, I'm not going to sit there and have fundraisers and GoFundMe's and all this other shit to promote. If people want to donate, then they will. If they want to donate to people who are doing what you're seeing, then that's their decision. I'm doing what I can do to help. Whatever facet that is, whether I'm out there boots on the ground or whether I'm here behind a desk, I'm doing whatever I can do. If the community wants me to be there, then the community will get me there. And that's just the way it is. I'm not here to force anybody to do. If you guys want me to be there, then the community can make it happen. That's how it's always happened. That's how we've always been able to go. Now, before, the only difference is after I saved Baby Angel, that took every amount of savings that I had to do my work. So I didn't have any more savings to go to these places. So that's the situation that I would rather save my beautiful cat than save my career. You know what I'm saying? So my career can come back. That part of the career can come back. Baby Angel, once Baby Angel was gone, Baby Angel couldn't come back. That's the difference. So will the community want us to be there or another place in the future? I'm damn sure they will. But at the same time, that's whenever it presents itself. So it's up to them. If the community wants to fund that, then that's what they get in return. They could have something else, but that's That's what they decide to do. I'm not here to judge either way what that person does with what they earned. That's not me. Now, my decision in it is if those contributions come our way, I know what to do with those contributions. Put it to work. That's just how it goes. Now, I know 3 to 4 is a lot, but you ask any of these people that go boots on the ground, 3 to 4 for a week and a half is typical and very thrifty when it comes to the supplies, the teams that you got to set up, the time, the production, all of these things. It goes way beyond $3,000 to $4,000. It goes way beyond that. I'm just giving you the amount that it would take for me to get a team set up, to have the proper shit done out there for a week and a half, and that's busting my ass, and not using any of that to go to a fancy restaurant. Putting it back into the community. That's what happens. So that's why. Now, if it ever happens, I'm sure it will. We've done it for almost 4 years, and we were very successful at doing what we were doing. We made differences in every case that we worked on. We knocked out a lot of work. Even helped with convictions and indictments and everything.
Yeah.
It'll come back. It'll come back. I'm not worried about that. But as we sit here and we watch, it's like, hey, I already know if our team was out there, we only needed a week and a half and we would have been able to have that mile search done. If we couldn't have found her in that mile, there was somebody else here, everyone's auntie. I believe she's within if we couldn't find her in a mile, then we would have extended it out. You know? And to think, and this is what people, the amount that's been donated already, 500,000 plus. Now, these people are going to go buy sports cars, and they're going to go buy houses, and they're going to go buy all this stuff. Look at Dolly. The dude has like 5 different fucking cars now, and they're all like specialty. That's what they spend the money on. Us? That just means we get to help another victim that we don't even know their name yet. That's what it does for us. We're not thinking, I don't need a frick. How is me driving a Corvette gonna help another victim? Would I get a van that I could stay in to then keep traveling on the road? Yes. Do I need a Corvette? For what? Do I need a flashy house? For what? Do I need? No. Because that's not what the mission is. The mission is I have the opportunity, the awareness, the know-how, the skill, the drive, the dedication to help other people. And that's what I'm here for until I'm no longer on this planet. I've already done everything that I can do in my life. Now it's helping others, and it has been that mission for the last 3 to 4 years, no matter what way that I can help. So right now, we had to save baby Angel. Baby Angel's healthy. She's beautiful. She's growing huge. She's amazing. She's the love of my life. Like, honestly, baby Angel is the absolute love of my life. One day we will be out there. It'll happen. I'm not worried about that. But you're gonna find this is what you see, and we're gonna see this. We're gonna see drone footage from Nerdy here in a few minutes. You're gonna see this is the kind of terrain. You're gonna see, like, dang, she could be tucked in these three bushes that are right here, but nobody really knows.
Yeah.
Nobody really knows.
I do also have to say, like, I don't mean this in like a very critical way, but I've seen this Cheryl McCollum on a couple of shows, and I've never agreed with anything she ever says. I've just found that about her for some reason. I know she's a professional PI or something, but
I mean, they're looking at it. I can't fault her that much because they're looking at it as if the search were to take place today.
I know.
And it's like, yes, of course, you could only have canines out there at the early morning hours for just a couple hours. There's because we've had to do searches where it was 100+ degrees.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? 10-hour searches in 100+, multiple days. We've done it.
Yeah.
We know. But I just have to say, let's talk about the searches that could have happened in the beginning, because the canines could have been out there for extended periods of time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got multiple people. There's other people that have drones. What have they done with them? Not much. You have multiple people that can literally team up together, use their drones, map areas, use CalTopo so they can join up all of their foot traffic from where they were, specifically coordinates and all. You can put those together. You can organize like we do when we go out there. We have different teams. We get these teams organized. We have everybody on CalTopo. We have shit organized, so we're covering the maximum amount of ground with the minimum time spent to do it. You mix that with multiple teams that have the same dedication and drive as we do. You add the drones together. You add the foot traffic. You add all of these things together. You could accomplish so many different things just in that week and a half, 2 weeks alone. And so that's what needs to be focused on. Yes. Hell, next month it's going to be even hotter. The month after that, it's going to be even warmer. Yes. But I can't even imagine. I mean, let's talk about the heat. Let's talk about the surroundings. I'm going to tell you right now, Nancy's not even going to look like Nancy at this point. She's not. She's not. They're going to look at her and they're going to be like, well, we got to do some testing to even find out like how old this person is. They're not even going to be able to, other than the hair, they ain't going to be able to tell how old this lady is. That's how bad her body's going to be decomposed. Not to mention the smell, the first week alone, the smell that body would be giving off, that's attracting all the wildlife out there that are scavenging to find something to eat. So you mix the elements of the atmosphere of it, the heat, the sun, the temperatures, the wildlife. It ain't gonna look too good. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, LJ, just like I am. When I'm out there and I know how to do shit, and EvilleCJ live searches, tons of them. You can see how it's done for real. All right, so we'll listen to this some more about this terrain. You know what? I'm gonna skip it because honestly, it's just gonna be a bunch of BS. Let's go to Sheriff Nanos' part here.
Under fire from some of his.
I'm just saying, when you've played basketball and you're looking at another basketball player, you know if that person can play or not.
Yeah.
As opposed to somebody that's sitting in the crowd. You know what I'm saying? When you actually do the work and you know how to do it efficiently and successfully, and you're watching somebody else do it, I have a different opinion on if it's experienced. There's one person that does have some experience named Nico. Other than that, thank God he's there. But other than that, none of these guys have any experience on doing that shit. None of them. It's obvious. Most of them were just riding in a car, videotaping police shit. None of them have experience. None of them have experience on doing real shit. Nanos, I'm glad he didn't let the Cajun Navy help. Definitely, LJ, we did, how many months did we do searches for Sebastian Rogers? This is like 8-9 months, maybe 9 months, something like that. 8-9 months of searching for Sebastian. I already had my own and Riley Strain, when we were searching for Riley Strain too. Cajun Navy was involved in both of those, and I'm going to tell you right now, they're the biggest fucking scam ever. They're the biggest fucking scam. So as much as I don't like Nanos, I'm glad that Cajun Navy wasn't allowed to come out there because they're grifters too, LJ. They are some of the hugest grifters out there. And that again comes from personal experience. 2 cases that I've worked on, 2 searches that I've worked on with them involved, and I'm both times scam. I'm telling you right now, scam of scams. That's how much a scam Cajun Navy is. You know, Rosee, you were around it.
Oh, I know. I'm nodding here.
Yeah, it's one of the
Definitely.
biggest damn scams. One of the big. It is suspicious though, but at the same time, Sheriff Nanos never allowed anybody to go do any searching. So yeah, that's always been suspicious. Thank God Cajun Navy wasn't able to come over and grift off of Nancy's name, because that's what they're good at. They're good off of grifting. Notice how long it took them to even offer their help. A month and a half. Tells you something right there alone. A month and a half it took for United Cajun Navy to get interested. That tells you all you need to know. Why did they get interested? Because they saw all the content creators making all that money. They wanted to attack the biggest one making all that money, JLR, and so they were attacking JLR. Did JLR do that shit? He did do the shit with Cajun Navy. They might as well. I'm surprised they don't hang in the same bed, honestly, because they both. Anyway.
Peers in law enforcement. The deputies union
Appreciate
that
you,
represents the
Kid
Pima
Kitty.
County
Happy
Sheriff's
Easter.
Department voted no confidence in Chris Nanos this week. And according to the union, nearly half of the deputies under his charge want him to resign. Senior national correspondent Brian Inton has been following the Guthrie search from day one, joins us live. So Brian, what does this pressure on Nanos mean for the investigation?
Yeah, I mean, look, this no confidence vote is really interesting, Nicole. I mean, you said it. Actually, every single deputy in the union, which is 300 deputies, voted that they do not have confidence in the sheriff right now. There's issues that go back years, but, you know, the Nancy Guthrie investigation also comes into play. There are allegations that mistakes were made, that he cleared the crime scene too soon, and also that he didn't call in the FBI soon enough. Look, he says he did not make any mistakes. He stands by all of the decisions that he's made. Meanwhile, Savannah Guthrie has now given her first interview to the Today Show, which is no surprise. That's obviously where she works, into Hoda, which is one of her best friends, and is opening up about what she has gone through. And it's just heart-wrenching, Nicole. I mean, to listen to this, she talks about waking up in the middle of the night, thinking about her mom being taken. Listen to a little of what she said, Nicole.
We are in agony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We are in agony. It is unbearable.
Mm-hmm.
And to think of what she went through.
Mm-hmm.
I wake up every night, in the middle of the night, every night. And in the darkness, I imagine her terror.
It really is just awful to think about, Nicole. All of us who have followed this case from the beginning, you think about the fact that she was just taken in the night, and now 53 days later, we still don't know where she is. We still don't know who took her. We still don't know the motive. And Savannah, NBC News is saying she's going to talk more. She's going to talk more about the investigation in the coming days as they release more of this interview, which it'll be interesting to see, you know. I don't know if she'll go down this path, but it'll be interesting to see what she thinks about how the investigation has been handled so far, Nicole.
Absolutely. So, Brian, you kind of just went through that list of all the things that we don't know at this point. We don't know where Nancy is. We don't know who took her, et cetera, et cetera. Is this still considered an active investigation, though?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's still, and I've been in touch with people every single day. I mean, there's a whole task force that's set up. There's people that their only job within the FBI and within the local sheriff's office is continuing to investigate this case. There's roughly 20 people working on it day and night. So there's a lot of boots on the ground still. I don't consider it a cold case just because I know there are still working new leads. And there's, the DNA, by the way, it's now gone to 2 different labs where they continue to analyze it and try. There's the possibility of genetic genealogy, which is what cracked the Kohberger case. So I don't think it's cold. It's still active. The bad news, though, is from what I'm told, that there is no suspect still. And, that's just got to be difficult. You see what Savannah's going through, living with that every single day.
Absolutely. All right. Brian Inton with the very latest on this ongoing search. Brian, thank you.
Meanwhile, Chris Nanos, the sheriff whose department is leading this investigation, he is losing trust with the community and his colleagues. A union representing hundreds of Pima County Sheriff's deputies is calling on him to resign after a majority of them supported a no confidence vote this week. You don't hear about this kind of thing happening very often. Let's go right now to News Nation's Brian Anton, who's been following this case from day one. Brian, some Pima County supervisors have serious concerns about Sheriff Nanos' work history. You spoke with one of them. What did he tell you?
Yeah, this is really getting serious. Elizabeth, you mentioned the no confidence vote. All 306 deputies in the union, I am told, voted that they do not have confidence in the sheriff. Every single one, 306 in the union out of 400 deputies in total. There's about 100 who are not in the union. Meanwhile, the sheriff has come under fire, not only by some for his handling of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Remember, this is now day 53 since Nancy just vanished, and there are still no suspects. There's been no arrests. From what we're told, there's no solid leads at this point. But his work history, the sheriff's work history, has also come into question. He worked for El Paso PD before he was at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. This was decades ago, but he had been suspended several times, as many as 8 times while he was working in El Paso, and apparently never told anyone about this. When he was asked about it under oath, he did not say that he had ever been suspended. And now you've got the Pima County supervisors who are saying that he should resign. Listen to what one of them told me.
But it was 8 suspensions in a little over 5 years. And it is kind of unusual to have any suspension for most of our officers. So to have 8 in 5 years, this is a really troubling record. He was frankly a bad cop.
And so there's also this recall that is in the process of happening where there could be a special election. They could put the sheriff, up for election again. But some of the supervisors like Matt Hines, who you heard there, Elizabeth, are literally asking for him to resign, saying, you covered up these suspensions. And in light of everything that has gone wrong, they say with the Nancy Guthrie investigation, they want the sheriff to step down. Elizabeth?
Do we know why he was suspended 8 times?
Oh, there's a whole list, bro.
There was a variety of things. There was use of force issues. There was someone who apparently ended up in the hospital who, the records are old, but they claim that he beat them up. A lot. There was tardiness. I mean, one of the suspensions was weeks long. So some of them appeared to be quite serious, Elizabeth. Again, they were decades ago. But what the supervisors are saying is if they knew about those at the time, for whatever reason, whoever was in charge when he was hired at the sheriff's office didn't know, that he wouldn't have even been hired. So they're saying, look, this is just too serious and he's got to go.
Brian Anton reporting once again on this story as you have from day one. Thank you.
Savannah Guthrie is speaking out for the first time nearly 2 months after her mother went missing. Nancy Guthrie was taken from her Arizona home in the overnight hours of February 1st. She has not been seen nor heard from since. And Sunday will mark 8 weeks since she was reported missing. And some new details about that day are coming to light. Senior correspondent Brian Inton has been following this from the very beginning. So, Brian, what are we learning from this new television interview with Savannah?
And Nicole, we're learning a lot. I mean, there's a lot of new information that came out in this new Savannah Guthrie interview. First of all, Savannah said that the doors in the back of Nancy's home were found propped open when her sister and brother-in-law first showed up and realized that Nancy was missing, which is an interesting new development because there's been so much focus on the front door, but it turns out the back doors were apparently wide open. Is it possible that Nancy was taken out the back door, or that the suspect or suspects just went in the back doors? We don't know, but the doors were propped open. That's new. Also, that she was taken in the night in her pajamas, that she had no shoes on. Her phone and purse and all of her belongings were left behind in the house. And also, Savannah said that she believes that this was a kidnapping and that her fame and wealth could very well have something to do with it. Listen to what Savannah said about that.
I don't know that it's because she's my mom and somebody thought, oh, that girl, that lady has money, we can make a quick buck. I mean, that would make sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably, which is too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside, that it's because of me. And I just say, I'm so sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry.
It really is just so heartbreaking to see her describe what happened, the guilt she feels. You can tell she's still in so much pain. It's now been 54 days, Nicole. Something else interesting that she mentioned is that she tends to believe that 2 of the ransom notes, remember there were all these ransom notes in the beginning of this, that 2 of them, the ones that were sent to the local TV affiliate, she tends to believe that those are real, which is also something interesting to think about because we haven't heard much about those ransom notes in quite some time. Nicole?
Yeah, so many more questions now. It's still hard to believe Nancy is still missing. All right, Brian Enton, live with the latest. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll pause it there. And man, it's so hard and sad to hear that again, you know, but it's very important for her to feel that level of guilt that her success is what led to her mother's abduction and disappearance. I have to feel for her because nobody's success should ever lead to any kind of criminal activity. So it's really hard to hear her say that because, you know, as she was posting these different Instagram videos over the last couple months, you could see the deterioration of her health and her spirit. And you could really see it, especially under the eyes. You could really see what it was doing to her. And then for her to have enough courage, because you know, when you're talking about something tough and you're on camera and, you know, it's really tough. And so I have to shout out her courage to be able to sit on camera and tell people her guilt. That had to be so tough for her to do that, because you're exposing yourself even more, and the pain that you're going through. And so it had to be so tough to not only sit there and do that interview, but also to express to people how you feel it's your fault. Gosh, can't imagine.
I mean, like, I've seen that clip so many times as well, and I feel like it gets to me every single time to see it because it's just like the level of pain that she's in. You can actually feel it just listening to her. And I mean, I can't even imagine how I would feel if something happened to my mother like that. And then to add the guilt on top of that, like I already would be like devastated, broken, and then to be thinking about that on top of it, I can't imagine at all.
Through that whole interview, she helped, or I mean, sorry, through that whole interview, she held it together. I don't even know if I could have held it together that good. Speaking from the heart, man, like I'd probably get a word out, maybe two, and it would just come flooding back in. The way that she was able to hold herself together to keep talking about, the story and all that.
Yeah.
Very tough. Now, we know about the people at the Today Show, the backstabbers. As soon as Savannah was taking a flight that morning to go find out what was going on with her mother, there was backstabbers, saying how unprofessional Savannah is and how they deserve her spot. We've already exposed two of the backstabbers. One already left the Today Show because he wasn't getting any promotions and went somewhere else. But it makes me wonder about Hoda too, because when those the interviews first came out, part 1 and part 2 came out one day, part 3 came out the next morning. When we heard, because we listened to the first 2, then we listened to the whole thing right from the get-go, I'm already going, oh my God, Hoda, why are you, if you're not able to cry, then why are you trying to make yourself cry? She was even touching her eyes to try and get them to tear up, squeezing her eyes. That's why in the interview you kept seeing her squeeze her eyes all the time, because she was trying to generate tears. And so when you're seeing somebody, and it was so obvious, she went overboard trying to make herself tear up to the point where everybody's sitting there going, why is she acting so weird? It wasn't her acting weird. The whole time she was trying to force tears and she couldn't get them to happen. And that's how you can tell if somebody cares or not. Because think about this. We are just talking about how tough it would be for somebody to have the strength to tell their story, right? So if you're a friend and a friend is sitting next to you and they're telling their story and they're crying out, you automatically, as a friend, start to tear up because you care so much for the person that is telling you their sad story, and you care about them and their mother and what happened, and you care so much about your friend that you can't help it but cry when you see your friend cry. Everybody's gone through this. Everybody has had a friend or a family member cry to them for something. And you know how hard it is, even if you don't know what they're going through, the fact that you're watching them break down in front of you and crying to you, as a friend, you cry too. So when we're watching this freaking 30-minute interview and you're supposed to be the special friend, Hoda, why were you going overboard trying to make yourself cry to the point where you couldn't even make yourself cry, to the point where everybody's going, what the hell was wrong with Hoda?
Yeah, I think that like the main priority there for her was really trying to like be involved in the interview to the point that it was not really appropriate. Because,
the clout.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if she was really like completely thinking about what was being said by Savannah, because I feel like most people, even if they didn't know Savannah, would be moved by just listening to the things that she was saying. I mean, the rest of us felt like crying.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I want you to dig a little deeper on what you just said. Are you saying that Hoda wasn't necessarily listening to Savannah's responses? She was more focused on trying to make it appear, she was more focused on her own appearance and the questions that she had to ask instead of
that's kind of
I see where you're coming from, because I don't know how you don't cry if you care about your friend telling their story.
Right. Like I imagine that people who didn't even really know Savannah, who were doing that interview, would want to cry, just like because of how heart-wrenching it was. And maybe that was the problem. Like maybe she was like so focused on the behavior that she had prepared that she wasn't listening. I don't know, but it was strange behavior because I mean it wasn't appropriate the extent to which she was involving herself.
That's it. All of these action, because how can you cry when you're more focused on your appearance and the next question? Like how I can see somebody not crying because they're not listening to the story. They're just looking at her, squeezing my eyes. Fuck, I'm not crying yet. Fuck, I'm not crying yet. I'm not crying yet. Shit, I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Damn, I need to remember the next question so I don't need to look down at my paper. Okay, the next question is going to be this. I just need to wait for her to be done. I can see how somebody doesn't cry when they're in that position.
Yeah, because I think like most people just would have naturally. So
I would. I mean, hell, think about this. Anytime that we went through this interview, most of the time we weren't on camera, right? There's a reason for it. There was a reason for it, people. Because I don't want to be sitting here on camera and start to tear up because I care about what Savannah's going through.
yeah,
I know you said you were tearing up a little bit when we went through it.
It was emotional to watch. I mean,
yeah.
Even when like before the interview came out and they just put out a little clip of it just to like promote what they were gonna put out. Even then, I was watching it and I was like, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could see the forceful eye squeezing was just so overbearing. It got to the point where I was getting distracted in the interview because I'm sitting there going, oh my God, Hoda, why in the F? If you can't cry, then don't, just go with it. You know what I'm saying? If you can't cry, then just accept it. Why are we trying to make it look like I care when it's obvious you didn't? And we're gonna be checking out a Megyn Kelly episode here in a second. We're gonna listen to Maureen. I always forget her damn last name. We're gonna be listening to Maureen. They're gonna discuss the whole Hoda thing. I'm gonna show you guys. We still got to go through the drone video. I'm gonna show you from Nerdy. Shout out to him. We're gonna show you the terrain, what it looks like. Also, I'm going to be showing you guys the maps inside the house. We showed those on the live stream a couple live streams ago of the new maps that came out. Shout out Matt BINC on Twitter, or Matt BLAC. What? Let me know
Matt
what it
Black.
is.
Yes, it's
Okay.
Matt Black.
Incorporated INC on Twitter. Also Rogue Rebecca, shout out to her too. They're the ones that got the maps, released them a few days ago. Shout out to them. We're going to be taking a look. I broke down how the criminal got in my opinion. If I was going to commit the crime, I broke that down in the beginning. Everything is coming out to fruition after all this evidence. 2 months comes out later. We're finding out exactly what did happen and how I broke it down to a T of how this person did it. We're going to be taking a look at the maps. I'm today going to be looking at the inside, and I'm going to be telling you how it went on the inside. And so I'll be putting in a day or two, I'll be putting a combo video together of what I broke down in the very beginning, adding this, since it's the other part of the house, I'll be putting a video out for that later on. And then we're going to be, let me see. Also, we're going to be listening to Brian Enton's interview with the locals, talking about how high the crime is there, and it's been known for a long time, the violence and crime, and it's just one of those things that gets brushed under the rug. But we all know what kind of crime takes place down in that region. You know, we're kind of hip to the script when it comes to all that. And then we'll just kind of go from there after that. So thank you all for being here. If you're just joining, it's going to be an extra long show today. We're a little more than halfway through. If you just join in, definitely it's already in your history. After we're done, go back to the beginning and check out everything that we're discussing. We're just going to be breaking down a whole bunch of stuff today. And it's like the title says, too much shit to title. There's too much shit to talk about. Contribution call out, Pootie Cat's mom. Thank you so much for being a member for 23. Almost hitting that 24-month badge. So next month you will get that 24 plus. That's right next to your name. Thank you so much for the support. Almost 2 years. That's amazing. She says, thank you for all you do, CJ, Rosee, and Angels. Much love to baby Angel. She wouldn't be living the best life if you hadn't rescued her, CJ. Thank you. And thank you for the support. And yes, anybody remembers baby Angel was literally like so tiny. I got her into the vet the next day. The vet was like, you're lucky that you even got her in here. She's literally a day or two away from being dead. And that's when they sat me down and they said, look, we don't know how attached you are to your cat, but they said, we just have to be honest with you. Most of the time when they look this bad, they're not going to make it. And I said, okay, thinking about it. That was a hard time. But taking me back. But everything turned out beautiful. And as you can see right here, like she's off doing her own thing. She used to hang out with me the first couple months. She runs this house. I could be like, baby, come here. And she might, no, she'll just, I want to go look out the window and watch squirrels, Dad. Okay. But you can see right here, look at how big she is. She's so beautiful. She's so big. Baby Angel. She's huge. She's, I'll have to try. You know what? While we, I'm gonna do a favor. While we play this Megyn Kelly, let me get back to my other screen here. While we play this Megyn Kelly episode and we start it out, I'm gonna go get Baby Angel. Okay, I'm gonna go get Baby Angel because I'm gonna try and get her to say hi on camera. But
Okay. I'm
telling you, the front window is her TV, and she loves TV. So I'm gonna try and get her away from the window. All right. But we'll bring Baby Angel in here and we'll have her say hi. Let me get started on this Megyn Kelly episode. Thank you all for being here. We'll get started on this Megyn Kelly episode. This is them talking about Hoda. Do me a favor, if you can pay a little special attention on this beginning while I go get Baby Angel, because I want to hear what they have to say, but I don't want to drag anything out. So let me play this. We'll pause it here for you, and then we'll have Baby Angel say hi here in the middle. I love you guys. We'll be right back.
Was he doing Hoda? What was he doing?
He did Hoda. He did the lizard.
He did the lizard mouth?
The lizard mouth.
What was up with the Hoda lizard tongue when she interviewed Savannah?
So Mark found a couple of really interesting pieces in this. He found evidence of a true smile she had lines around her eyes. So it was a true smile that she was trying to suppress.
Talking about Savannah's missing, possibly dead mother.
To her mother, to Savannah rather, right? To her face. And then the moment where she sort of flutters the eyelids, which I described to him as a professional orgasm in my mind. She was like, the story, I can't believe I got the story.
So psyched to be on camera for this.
Yeah. And the lip licking, he thought was sort of an attempt to groom oneself on cam. Like that she was very, very cognizant. No, that it was sort of like, am I looking okay? Like she couldn't stop herself from like, he thought that was, this is how deep Mark goes. He says it's almost an attempt to like, when you actually eat food, you get proteins a little bit in the corners of the mouth. And so the tongue is sort of doing this. It's like a cleaning, grooming.
Oh.
Whereas I posited to him that I immediately thought of the phrase licking one's chops. Like she was licking her lips over the delicacy that was Savannah's anguish.
Yes, because she was thrilled to be on camera. She was thrilled to be at the center of the story. Here, I think it's 14. We have a montage of some weird Hoda moments throughout this interview. Let's watch it.
and the Ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
And so we were saying, this is
do something.
This is not okay.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about what possibly could have happened? Like, what could have happened? What went down?
And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said,
yeah.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. But I knew that.
You did.
I'm sorry to my sister and my brother and my kids.
How were you?
All right, so I can't have my headphones in because she's gonna like try and chew on them. Here, baby, say hi. See how big she is now? Say hi, baby.
Oh,
Baby, say hi. Say hi. Hi, baby. Give me kisses. Say hi, baby. Here's baby Angel. Say hi, baby Angel. Baby Angel. She's a little sinusy today, huh? Hanging out in that window too much. There's baby. All right, I'll be right back. I had to wake her up from a nap. But you shouldn't be napping at 3 in the afternoon, baby. I love you guys. I'll be right back.
Able to do that in that moment.
And I haven't
There are no tears.
posted one thing or said one thing that the three of us haven't decided together. It is surreal. It's how is it possible that we are having to make a video speaking to a kidnapper who took an 84-year-old woman in the dead of night.
The ransom notes or ransom requests came. Did you believe those to be real?
See, I'm going to like touch my eyes so it'll force me to cry. I missed what they said in the beginning because I had to like, she had to stretch and I had to give her a couple treats, I had to butter her up. So that took an extra minute. I didn't get to hear anything that happened in the beginning. What did they say?
So basically, they were just pointing out like some of the behaviors in terms of what Hoda does is like it's like grooming behavior, but Megyn Kelly's guest on there was saying that she like basically what someone in chat said earlier, that they thought it was something like Duper's delight or like a weird smile that was going on with Hoda. I'm not sure what I think about that, but I do understand what they were saying about the grooming behavior, like the way she
I agree with it.
Yeah,
Duper's delight. I got the big interview.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's weird. It is weird, and it's also like, to put in context, like I know that some people are going to be like, oh no, she was nervous or this and this, but this is her work. Like it's her, actually she's supposed to be experienced with doing interviews, so it's not whether you're talking to a friend or not. I do think that there's like a level of professionalism that you have to maintain, otherwise she wouldn't even have this job. So it is like, I don't know what she's usually like, but it is weird. I do agree that it's weird.
Yeah, that's how I felt. Like Keister Bunny, she didn't give a shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I was saying it from the first time we seen the interview. I'm like, she don't care. Like, yeah, you got the big interview. And then not only the interview that got put out on the Today Show, because this is the Today Show one, the interview that then was promoted from Dateline too. That was even bigger.
right.
That too, Kelly. Yeah, it was just, all of it was so off. And it's like I was saying, like when they first started talking and promoting this video that was coming out, right? This Savannah Speaks Out, I was saying it from then. I was like, Carson Daly looks like the only one that's actually emotional about this. Yeah. Carson Daly was the only one that was emotional.
And then we know that like they have a friendship where Savannah was at his house at some point. So that makes it like that shows why.
I mean, and before I even, because I didn't even know it was Carson's that she went to. I was thinking it was like some kind of ice cream place or something, you know, like, oh, I took the boys for ice cream at Carson's, you know, like it was some kind of ice cream place or something. And that was so I sat there and I'm like, damn, Carson Daly looks like the only one that's emotional. And then we find out later on that it was Carson Daly's house that she went to with her sons. And I was like, well, damn, okay, now that but why wasn't anybody else on there crying? You know, you didn't see any freaking emotion whatsoever. I feel bad for Savannah because I think she, you know, you know that there's these people and what's up, Tig? You know, there's these people and I hate seeing it. I really do, because it happens so much where these people, and I'm not knocking religion whatsoever. I'm knocking the awareness. There's so many people, because of religion, allow people to shit on them constantly. Oh, they deserve forgiveness. Dude, when you get shit on, why? Why? People are shitbags. Some of them will always be shitbags. It's reality. And I feel bad because it's almost like because we know how religious she is. She's not having that awareness of how people are having that knife and they're waiting to just right in her back. Oh, I don't know. They wouldn't have that kind of bone in their body. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And I feel bad because she's probably so naive to the fucking cast of the Today Show and how probably most of them don't even have her back the way that she thinks they do. I don't think she ever picked up on it, Jay Gallagher. I really don't. I really don't. I really feel like she thinks that these people truly freaking care about her.
Yeah, I think so. Look, I'm kind of in two minds about it. Like, she probably, even if she did pick up on it, she's probably not focused on that at all right now. Like, it's just not where her focus is. Because I mean, there's so much going on for her.
You can't blame her. You can't blame her, you know. You can't. Again, you can't blame the soul that has a kind soul for them getting shit on. She can't blame herself and her success for her mom disappearing. You know, it's the same thing. We can't fault her for anything because she is going to not be aware that there's sharks swimming around her, trying to feed off of her blood, off of her pain, off of her struggle. That's what they're doing. They're swimming around, waiting for that blood so they can get a couple more nibbles. It's gross. You can see the fakeness on the promos. That's why I never watched this show. But I feel bad for her. She's going through this stuff. She's not going to have the awareness. And the fact that not only she's going through what she's going through, but she's got to exist in mucky water around people she thinks that have her back, when really when the door is closed, they're calling her unprofessional. I wouldn't be. Yeah. All right. We're going to check this out some more. I'm sorry. Did they say anything particular in the beginning when they were discussing it, or are they just kind of like chit chatting and then they're going through the interview? And
no, that was just the beginning.
Okay. All right. I personally know a self-acclaimed that would stab me in the back if I was. I'm telling you, man. And I've seen it, especially with this Micah Miller case that we were working on. The boots on the ground, the boats on the water, the investigation stuff that we were digging up, turning over to the authorities. Major shit that helped get JP Miller indicted by the FBI. Like, we busted our ass on that case. And out of all of the cases that I've worked on, that's the one case where I've seen people use religion, because there's protesters out there that are using religion to manipulate protesters, just like JP Miller was manipulating his congregation. There's protesters, and they're way up there in the food chain, are out there stabbing people in the back secretly talking to JP Miller's. I'll expose it all one day. Secretly talking to JP Miller's team while they're one of the ones leading the protests down there in Myrtle Beach. And none of the other protesters know that they have contact with JP Miller's team, and have had contact with JP Miller's team since the summer of 2024. There's people out there. There's people out there that are, oh, they can shit on me multiple times. They're okay. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy what the hell's going on out there. It's crazy. I'll expose all of it one day. I've had that shit in my back pocket for the last 2 years, and it's just been simmering this whole time as it continues to grow and grow and grow when it comes to everything that I'm finding out and digging up. It'll come out one day, and you're going to be shocked. You're going to be like, damn, this person, these people actually had contact with JP Miller this whole time while they were out there being one of the strongest voices against domestic violence, when they're actually a snitch, letting JP Miller's team know exactly everything that's going on in the protest camp. It's wild. And I warned them all. That's up to them. If they want to pay attention, be aware, listen, that's up to them. I can only lead a horse to water. I can't make him drink it. All right, we're going to get back to this. This is that interview. I just can't even stand looking at Hoda's face anymore. I really can't. I really can't. Just the fakeness. The fakeness. Yeah, so they do. They use that title. It's I've seen people claw into authority just to abuse in the net. Yeah, they will use that. It's wild. The networking of people like JP is crazy. They're yes. One day, Jay Gallagher, like I said, I've known this stuff since the summer of 2024. It got blown open with what I was digging up back in December of 2024. And yeah, it's I'm gonna tell you right now, you all will not think it is this person. I can guarantee you will think that this person, there's no way this person was anywhere close to what I was just mentioning. Guarantee it. That's how shocked you're going to be. You're going to be like, wow, that's like one person I would have thought would have never. Yeah. That's how deep it goes. It's crazy. I've warned people. It's up to them to drink it. All right, here's the interview.
Some notes or ransom requests came. Did you believe those to be real?
There's no tears. And they're like, you use that term sometimes, vocal fry, like the fake, Maureen, how are you?
Yep. Jenna Bush Hager is also a prime offender. She's been trying to squeeze out a lot of tears on the ramp up.
And they've admitted they haven't even been talking to her. Who are they kidding? If this is a dear friend about whose situation you're genuinely distraught, you probably would have spoken to her in the 7 weeks her mom was missing. But they admitted that they haven't.
I don't know what to say to it. You know, I was listening to you.
This is why I love her so much. I really do, because she, like I said, her face gives you the truth even if she's not talking. Her laugh gave
Yeah.
you the truth even though she's not talking. I love her. She's awesome.
You breaking apart the Hoda one-on-one with Savannah from like a journalistic standpoint, all of the malpractice committed in that interview.
Yes.
The lack of a follow-up on why did you believe two of those ransom notes were real, the others not. And because I was really trying to figure out why Savannah would allow Hoda, who was exhibiting nothing but glee at being back in that chair. That was it. She was happy to be back in that chair. If it had to be Savannah's tragedy that put her there, you break a few eggs, you know? But I thought about it, and I think it might be that Savannah knew of the meager talent on that bench. Hoda would be the least likely to either have the capacity or inclination to ask follow-up.
That's very true, because I was told by somebody who was well known in the producing staff there that the only all Hoda ever does is ask the questions that are given to her. No follow-ups. She doesn't do the real journalism thing. That's why they like her over there, the producing staff, because she'll just ask whatever questions are put in front of her. And I'm sure they all say Savannah is the boss. And so I'm sure they went over all of this in advance, and she accepted, like, these are the questions that I'll be asked. A real journalist wouldn't accept that. A real journalist would say, I'm going to ask my own questions. I've told the story before, but when I was there, I came from Fox and cable news, where producers don't do anything like that for you. You are on your own out there. They'll give you elements. They'll talk about editorial, but they certainly don't give you questions.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I mean, cable news anchors, I think, are much more facile at real live interviews and discussions, because they don't have somebody writing questions for them. And they were shocked at NBC when I went there and I wanted to ask my own questions, to the point where one person who had come from Al Jazeera reported me to HR because I wouldn't ask her questions. And by the way, it was on a Supreme Court story. This woman she didn't work the high court. She wasn't a lawyer. I was like, thank you for trying, but I don't need your questions. I know how to ask questions about a legal story, madam. But that's how unused to an anchor with free will they are. So I think you're probably right. Savannah knew that, she could make sure that Hoda wouldn't go off the script, wouldn't ask anything follow-up in the moment. Like, yeah, why did you believe the ransom notes? And also, if you believed them, why didn't you pay?
Yes.
Right? Like, that was the biggest one that went unasked.
And I brought up this in a short that I put out in the live a couple days ago. Why wasn't TMZ used as a scapegoat to negotiate with the kidnappers, so the quote government or the police weren't negotiating with them? Why wasn't TMZ, hey, we don't know what you're doing. We're not advising you to do it or not do it. We don't know nothing. As law enforcement, TMZ, go ahead and pay the 1 Bitcoin. At least let's find out what this person has, because they're claiming to give a name for a Bitcoin. Why in the hell was TMZ not used to negotiate with this person for the 1 Bitcoin to find the freaking name? That's the biggest thing that surprised me. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's fine. How many times in history has the government said, we don't advise either way and we don't know you know what I mean? Like, it happens. So why in the hell why didn't TMZ even ask that? Maybe they did. I don't know. But why weren't they allowed to pay the 1 Bitcoin? TMZ, they are the ones that had it sent to them. Hey, sorry, FBI, we went ahead and paid the 1 Bitcoin. That's how you can spin it.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, these are people who are claiming to be the only connection to Nancy that they have. Like, you're just going to let that walk away.
For 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't want our law enforcement negotiating with this shit. I don't, because that opens up a whole can of worms we don't even want to go down.
Yeah.
But when it's not like FBI was getting the contact, TMZ was. Use it to your advantage, investigation. Use it to your advantage.
Yeah.
We don't know we don't advise you either way. You can do what you want to do with that one. That's basically saying, TMZ, go ahead. Even though we're not on record saying go ahead. TMZ would get a hell of a lot of promotion for paying the Bitcoin, from getting the name, take the name, give it to the FBI, find out if it was legit. This was day what? What day was this? 15?
11?
11? Yeah, day 11. Day 11. That too, probably, because he was the lead of the investigation. So his dumbass probably did say, don't do it. But it just, that right there. Day 11. Day 11. 1 Bitcoin. I'll give you the name. Come on. So yeah, that really has bothered me the whole time too.
Yeah.
It could have been played off so easy. TMZ already got the first initial contact. You could have played it off like you didn't fucking know. You done it before with higher profile shit, with coups in other countries, all this other stuff. We don't know either way. Oh, there's a plane full of drugs flying in that's creating the crack epidemic. Oh, we don't see it. Yeah, you've done it. We couldn't do that for $1 Bitcoin. Sorry, that wasn't the FBI. It was the CIA. I love you, FBI. I love you.
But the biggest thing, and even just watching that montage, is why did you continue to interject yourself into Savannah's moment with the noises, the facial expressions, the tongue, the fake tears?
Oh,
It was a narcissistic
Big
episode
time.
for
Big
Hoda
time.
Kotb.
Big time.
I actually like, not much can shock me, but that shocked me. Hoda's demeanor, like this, if there is ever a time when it is not about you, I understand this is difficult for the players on the Today Show, but the guttural noises, and I was speaking with Mark about the way, even if you look at the framing of that interview, Hoda's like leaning herself into the frame. She just keeps, I'm getting into this story. I will be part of this story. And it's sort of, I think you and I were also talking about this, the way in which Hoda seems it really matters to her that the rest of America knows that she and Savannah are friends.
Yeah.
We know they're not.
Yep.
They're not.
We know Savannah
Nope.
can't stand her, but you know, and this is the
Whoa. What?
Yeah, that was a little more than I was expecting.
Whoa. Savannah, what?
Yeah.
Wow. You know what? That I bet you she is a backstabber. I bet you, because I was saying it's almost like she's one of the backstabbers when we first watched that interview. I bet she is one of the backstabbers.
Yeah, I mean,
Because she did. She took over when Savannah left. She took over. She was the one up in center, the one hosting, the one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm taken aback to hear this because, I mean, it was something else we were watching earlier on where they say that Hoda and Savannah are best friends. And I'm like, that doesn't even sound right. And now
Right.
she's saying she can't stand her.
Well, Megyn Kelly has had, I'm going to be honest, we haven't been able to go through them because I've been slammed outside of the show. You know, she has, and we'll go through, maybe you will go through them on some solo shows that you, by the way, Rosee will be doing some shows in the morning starting off this week, I think. From this point out, we'll still be doing shows together on the weekends, and but I'm going to be doing solo shows at night on EvilleCJ Media. She'll be doing solo shows during the day. I think you're going to cover some of those. Actually, you'll probably come across them. Very good stuff. And you're definitely going to want to check out those shows, you guys, that Rosee's going to be doing with that, because there's a lot of inside stuff coming out from the Today Show camp. Megyn Kelly has the scoops on it. You're definitely going to want to check those out. Trust me. So when I hear this and them talking about, because she's part of the inside scoop here, Maureen is, they both are on this inside scoop on the Today Show. When I hear this, I'm not discrediting it. I'm not sitting there going, is it 50-50? I need to research this more. I totally believe these two ladies when they are talking about how, I didn't know it either. I didn't know it. I was taken aback too, honestly. especially after you see how Hoda was acting in that interview, like she is this consoling best friend. But man, it makes sense. I bet you Hoda was the one that called Savannah unprofessional. She seems that narcissistic.
It's definitely suspicious.
She
Yeah.
seems that narcissistic. She really does. Like, as soon as that is so unprofessional, you should give me the lead. And then she got the lead for the last 2 months. She's been soaking in the sparkles. And then I gotta, like they were saying, I gotta make sure I'm inside the most important interview the Today Show has ever done. You know what? I almost might have to start watching the Today Show because I want to see the little subtle reactions and the little subtle words and the subtle stuff that you can try and hide on camera, but your real emotions ain't gonna let you. You know what I'm saying? If they really don't like each other, and if Hoda really feels that way about Savannah, there's going to be little teeny things that are going to be, oh, I'm hiding it for the camera. You're not hiding an investigator. You're not hiding it from us. You're not going to hide it. We are going to be able to notice the little twitch in your eye or the little slight smirk that you make because somebody else is crying. You know, there's gonna be little freaking things that are gonna pop up. I almost might have to start watching the
The reason that I
gonna-
laughed when you said that was because I was busy making us a Today Show playlist, and I just added some old stuff of Savannah and Hoda together so that we can see how they relate. I'll send
Look
you
at
the link to that
you.
after the show. But I mean, I was busy doing that, and you were like, I have to
Damn.
start watching the Today Show, and I was like, yeah, well,
Damn, look at you. This is why you're part of the EvilleCJ media family. And thank you again for blessing us with your time and your effort and your skills.
no, thank you.
When you're going to be bringing shows here, your solo shows too, it's going to be such a tremendous asset to the community. So thank you very much. But yeah, I was shocked to hear that Savannah, I want to hear that one more time just so I get the exact words down. Let's listen to this again.
Part of this story, and it's sort of, I think you and I were also talking about this, the way in which Hoda seems it really matters to her that the rest of America knows that she and Savannah are friends.
Yeah.
We know they're not.
They're not.
We know Savannah can't stand her, but you know, and this is the thing you're not supposed to say. What is Savannah doing? What is she doing with this?
It was too soon.
It not only was it too soon, but she is playing part of this game, right? Oh, it's going to be Hoda. Give me the questions. I know what we're going to say. I can't stand this woman. She wants to be friends with me. I'm going to abide this because I need to clear the runway for my return.
For my return. She has to participate in the theater.
And what was that like end of the interview, that 10 minutes at the end, it was sort of like, it felt like, yeah, now I have to come back. I'm like habituating the rest of us. It shouldn't matter really what we think. It's her decision.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Like she has to come back to reclaim her spot. I feel even more bad for Savannah. Not only the two things I said she was going through, but then you add this on top of it. She already knows the head snake. She already knows the head snake, but she's got to deal with the head snake in order to pave her return. My gosh.
Yeah. Look, I suppose.
It's going to be a full blown out war.
Yeah, because when we were saying earlier, like, is she naive to what's going on? And I said, like, if she's noticed it, it's probably something that's not on her mind right now. And I do believe that. But at the same time, I also think that she wouldn't really have gotten to where she is there without knowing what goes on, you know, like, yeah.
You're so damn smart. You're so damn
but
smart.
I mean, like, it's true. Like,
No, it is true. You're so damn smart. Like, yeah. exactly. Like,
Yeah.
why was I even thinking that she could be nice? You're so damn smart.
Well, I mean, she probably is in the sense that she's not focused on any of it right now because there's like the situation in her, like her personal life is overwhelming. But she is, I mean, she's extremely familiar with the Today Show and how things work there. And I'm not saying that she's done it to other people to get to where she is, but it's not impossible either. Like, it's just like she has to have observed it. You know, she knows what she's dealing with. So
Yeah, she's not a Ted. She's not a Ted. She's been around, right? She's not a Ted.
She's not.
I need to make a T-shirt. I'm not a Ted.
Don't be a Ted.
I need to write that down on my T-shirt list. I'm not a Ted. We're Rosee and CJ, not Teds. All right, back to the Savannah's husband to discuss her. Not sure what that means, but that interesting, Keister. I mean, we knew from one of the first couple shows, you know, what her husband has dabbled in. You know what I'm saying? We know what email came out in the Epstein files.
We know.
We know who he used to work for, who he still works for, his political alliances. Yes, 100. 100.
The Hoda Kotb weirdness in her physicality translated into weirdness in her comments and her sounds and even her questions. There was one question, tell us about your mommy.
Oh, I hate that.
All right. Now, to me, it's always a little jarring when an adult person is referring to their parents as mommy and daddy, but I realize people do that. I'm not one of them, but I realize some people do.
Like she wanted to hit a sour spot on Savannah, right? Because Savannah, to me, before they even talk, I want to see if we agree. To me, that was Hoda mocking Savannah, and I'll explain why. Because Savannah always called her mom mommy.
Yeah.
I think that was a personal jab at Savannah. Subtle. You wouldn't notice it because you're thinking, she called her. But no, I think it was a personal jab.
I mean, yeah. I think that if everything we've been saying that we suspect about Hoda to this point, then I wouldn't put it past her to do that as well. I mean, it could have also been that like she thinks she's doing this very I don't know, crafty interviewer technique where she's like connecting with Savannah by calling her what she calls her mother or whatever. But I don't think it is that. I think that there was probably a little bit of spitefulness in that as well.
Oh, yeah, because as a reporter, you're going to say mother. As a journalist, as a reporter, you're going to say mother.
Yeah.
Not mommy. To me, 100% personal jab. Yeah. She always calls her mom mommy. I'm going to say it. Oh. Two things. Number one, personal jab. Number two, to try to get Savannah to cry even more so then it could activate her tears as well.
Yeah.
Because Savannah wasn't crying enough to make her cry.
Yeah. And also I think that like, and they've kind of touched on this as well. And when we watched it, I was saying that I think like I felt that like just the production and NBC was trying to make it very clear that they're all just like a family and they're so close. And she's saying here that it was very important for Hoda to get the message across that her and Savannah were friends. And like following from that, you'll notice like the people who were commenting on those segments afterwards, they also needed to mention that they themselves had met Nancy. Like, so they're all trying to be very involved in that. And I think that that's also a little bit part of what Hoda was doing there. It was like, we're so close. I'm even going to call your mom what you call her. Like, we're just like one big family. But
Yeah, it was something that the typical person wouldn't pick up on, but when you're fucking with investigators, we know. We pick up. That's what we look for. We look for the little minute changes
Yeah.
that are out of the norm. And that's one of them. Right there.
Yeah.
Like think about it. Like you're talking to your best friend and they always call their mom mommy, right? And like you're not even a journalist, you're not even a reporter, and you probably wouldn't even say it unless you were trying to give them a dig or make fun of them. There's a negative attachment to you repeating what they call their, it would be like if a friend would be doing it for a negative attachment, because that's the only reason you would be, unless you're next to mommy and you're like, hey mommy, because you want to make her feel good, you know what I mean, whatever. But you're not going to be like sitting there on the couch with your friend watching a basketball game and you're like, yeah, why don't you call mommy and see if she wants to come up? No. Hey, why don't you call your mom? You're only going to be like, why don't you call your mommy? That's when you're going to, call your mommy.
And it's kind of like when you want the person that you're talking to feel a little bit more immature or a little bit helpless in that way. So it's like, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like you're making them more childish or feel more childish in a way. So that makes them feel insecure.
Yeah. And just like JDR, I'm the same way. I truly would not call another person's mother mommy unless it was the mother that unless like I knew her that well, or where she was like a mother to me, and then I would call her mommy. But then I would even feel weird calling her that because that's what her son or daughter call. I wouldn't want to step on toes, you know what I'm saying? Like I would have it just would be hard for me to do that. And so for a reporter to do that, personal jab. Personal jab. I said that to an ex. Oh, is your mommy also doing you? See, mock it. Yeah, mommy. Christina, you bring up a good question, though, because I've always kind of slightly wondered this from the first couple days when we were reporting on this as well, about it maybe being fake because of the stuff. When you look at what the husband was involved with, who he was involved with, what happened right before the kidnapping. One of his emails got released in the Epstein files batch that came out at that particular time. That was right around when the Clintons were going to get charged for contempt because they weren't going to there's a lot of weird shit in the background. So slightly 1%, yes, I've wondered that, as a possibility, you know what I'm saying? And I could see one individual knowing about it, the husband, but anybody else not, because, you gotta, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. But, 1%, I'm not going to lie, Christine, 1% has always been in the back of my mind ever since the Epstein file email got released. And then a day or two later, next thing you know, Nancy goes missing. So it is, trust me, it is suspicious.
Yeah. And I mean, like, there's a lot that's possible that we just don't
Yeah.
know. I mean,
yeah. And there always will be, because nothing's come out,
Yeah, and I do get the impression from you already know this because I'm a little bit obsessed with it. I do get the impression from parts of Savannah's interview that there's stuff that they're not properly saying.
Yeah.
Like, so, but that could be for a number of reasons. We don't necessarily know why, but it is pretty like evident to me that there's things where she's like tiptoeing around what she wants to say, and that could be completely innocent for like a reason that we don't understand. But it's also possible that there's just so much stuff we don't know. Nothing's impossible at this point because we know so little. Like, it's just weird.
Yeah, it is. and we do. We, excuse me, it's always going to be that way, because there's no answers, there's no direction, there's no evidence. And so just like with a lot of these cases that we discuss or do work on, unfortunately, that's what happens a lot, you know. There's a lot of these cases where there's no leads, there's no answers, there's no direction, and every single time after a period of time goes by, then it just, I mean, we did it, we went through it with Idaho 4, and we had a trial coming. You know what I'm saying? They had a suspect arrested, they had somebody in jail, they had a trial coming, and the speculation, because there was no information that was coming out until these document drops, the speculation was even crazy with that. And we had a suspect in a trial coming. When there's no directions, no evidence, no leads, it just leaves the door open for a whole bunch of possibilities. And that's the unfortunate part, because number one, the clickbaiters can create a whole bunch of stories that aren't even legitimate. Suspects, you know, the people that do the shows, the first name, middle name, last name, who is this guy, homeless guy, give me a fucking break, man. Give me a fucking break. If it was real sleuthing, you would already figure out that that has nothing to do with Nancy. I don't even need to do a show on it, and I can do my own fucking work on it in 30 minutes and find out that the dude has nothing to do with Nancy. But it's just, that's the saddest part, is we're never going to know. And I hate that for the family, because that's the worst. At least if you have a direction, whether if you don't have evidence but you got Northwest, at least you got a damn direction. They don't even have that. They don't even have that. All right, let's get back to this interview. We'll finish this up, and we'll get to, we got drone footage to get to. Shout out to Nerdy. We got the conversation with Brian Enton. We're gonna break down the inside maps. I'm gonna show you how it went down, in my opinion, based off of what I had already broke down a couple months ago, and how everything is coming out to be true when it comes to the evidence that keeps coming out, even with these interviews and stuff, you know, that just took place. So we're gonna finish this one up, and we're going to get to the rest of the stuff. If you're just joining, make sure you check out the beginning after the show is over. It'll be in your history feed. Make sure you hit the like. If you're not subscribed, please do if you're enjoying the show. Also, help us hit the algorithm. Share this out to your social media platforms, and have your friends come along too. Join the conversation. Coming up this week, I'll be doing some solo shows in the evening. We'll be opening up phone lines. I want to hear what you guys have to say about any of the stuff that we've been discussing over the last few shows, especially with the stuff from today. So get a notebook, write some questions down. Let me know what, you know, write down your thoughts. We'll be opening up phone lines coming up this evening, this week. Appreciate you guys, and we're going to check out the rest of this one. I love the Megyn Kelly stuff, and I can't wait until you break down those episodes, Rosee. There's going to be a lot of goodies in there. A lot of goodies.
It was sort of like, it felt like, yeah, now I have to come back. I'm like habituating the rest of us. It shouldn't matter really what we think. It's her decision.
Yeah. The Hoda Kotb weirdness in her physicality translated into weirdness in her comments and her sounds, and even her questions. There was one question: tell us about your mommy.
Oh, I hate that.
All right. Now, to me, it's always a little jarring when an adult person is referring to their parents as mommy and daddy, but I realize people do that. I'm not one of them, but I realize some people do that. But that is just for Savannah to say. Like, you don't then, as the interviewer, adopt that terminology like you are interviewing a 3-year-old, right? Like, tell us about your mom. That would be okay. My skin was crawling with the Hoda because it was once again evidence of her over familiarity, right? For effect.
Yes, the over familiarity. It's Meghan Markle adjacent. You know, we are all highly attuned to this stuff, to artifice, to forced intimacy.
Yes.
And it just makes us uncomfortable for many, many reasons. I felt watching that interview was really strange. I felt like this is stuff I shouldn't be seeing.
Yep.
But they're forcing it. They're putting it on camera. So why not? Like, I don't.
No, we are totally within our rights to be discussing it. They put it out there.
I agree completely. But I'm just saying, as a viewer, you know, watching Savannah, rarely do we see emotion that raw in the public domain.
Thanks for watching this clip. If you're new here, subscribe.
All right, so there's that. Give me 1 second. We are going to switch. Let's see. We're going to switch to this. So shout out Nerdy. We're going to show this drone footage, show some of this drone footage, and then we're going to go through the maps here. So yeah, everything that we were pretty much discussing.
Yeah, it's
you know what I'm
pretty much
saying?
everything we've been saying since we saw the interview anyway. So it is good.
Yeah.
Like they did it more concisely, which is
Thanks to
nice.
them. Thanks to them. Thanks to them. All right, this is Nerdy. This is Nerdy's drone footage. Let's go to the full screen here, and let me switch this. We'll still have the chat up, but we're going to get rid of that chat box so you guys can see it a little better. All right, and let me see here. So this is some of the terrain between Tucson and Mexico near Madera Canyon. Okay, so I'm going to share the links to these videos. Go show Nerdy some love. Thank him for his efforts, his work, and his time, because it is a lot of work. Speaking from experience, it's not just, you know, everybody just sees what's on camera. There's a lot of work that goes on in the background. So definitely go show some love to this. And at least somebody's getting up a drone, actually doing some real stuff there. Now there's other video that he did take to also, so whenever we go boots on the ground, this is why I have like 5 terabyte. My actual storage device, 5 terabyte, is full. I can't even put, I have about 6 gigabytes of space left, and there's footage I can't even put on that now. I actually have to get another 5 terabyte storage device. But what we do when we go boots on the ground is we get a lot of footage so that we can dissect it later, right? And so that's what Nerdy's doing right now. He's getting a lot of footage, scanning it. That way he can go back and dissect it, you know, when he gets back to wherever he's stationed or whatever. So it's always good to have this. Plus, it captures time. So a lot of the times when we go out to the cases that we're working on, as soon as we show up, we're instantly getting footage because we're capturing time. And it's important to capture time, not only for foliage, surroundings, security, things that were there before that aren't there anymore, things that weren't there before that are there now. A lot of that stuff makes a difference. And so anytime that we're out there on these cases, we're taking footage every single time. That way we can dissect it. Now, I haven't even shown or gone through 95% of my footage, and we're going to be opening that up soon. Not only through the member live shows, but also through a new tier that I'm going to be putting out here soon, the investigator tier, where you will have full access to all the 4K, the 5.3K footage that we have, even if it's just regular footage that is fog, it doesn't matter. That way, if people want to contribute to the channel, become an investigative tier. The reason it is investigative is because you're going to be allowed to dig through all of my 4K, 5K footage as well, because there's so much that I haven't even gone through. You might see something, and so then you know, you'll be able to have access to that too. So there's going to be a whole, I mean, like I said, it's already 5 terabytes full. I'm using about 300 gigabytes on my computer until I can get another storage device to then transfer that footage over. So, yeah, you may find stuff out there too. But also, especially, we're going to go to the video where it's Nancy's house, and then it's going to where that footage was taken. But yes, all of this is very important. Very important. It's hard to see when you're out there in the field, but you get a general good idea. But it's when you get to bring it back, load it up on the computer, put it up on the monitor, start really digging in, taking screenshots, getting coordinations, locations. Okay, I see some spots of interest. I want to go back and check. It's all about trying to be effective as possible with as little as time used as possible so you can get the most amount of work done. And so definitely shout out Nerdy and go show some love on this video. I'll drop the link for the next one that we're going to check out. Just go show some love and thank him for his time and effort, because it does take a lot out on you, especially being out there in the conditions. So there's that one. Now I'm going to share this next one with you. This is This is, let me see, where did it go? Okay, this is the Nancy Guthrie aerial from her home to the house. Okay, so I'll share this link with you guys here in a second. So this is Nancy Guthrie's home, all the way to where that footage was captured of the Kia. He's got plenty more up. I'm just showing a few key ones that I want to show. I want to promote. This one right here is probably going to be the most useful to you guys. But definitely, after we're done with the show, go check out, you might see something in his footage. Trust me, doing the same kind of work, it's hard for us until we're like sitting down at a station, whatever we have set up, where we can actually dig through it, and skim through it and chop it up and all of these things. But this is perfect. It's showing you the terrain, what it looks like from that bird's eye view, and then also what it is going to look like as they're going over to the location where that footage was picked up. I just got my drone in the air a week or so ago just to test it out again, make sure all the gears are running, optimal performance. Everything was beautiful. So I might take it up again here in a few days just to I gotta test some limits, that there's limits I already tested limits before with this drone and I was happy. Sometimes it got a little scary. I want to test it even more, so I'm going to be taking it out here in a few more days once the weather's a little better, and see how far I can test it. At least I'm doing it where I know where, because if something happens to it, I know where to go.
Yeah.
There's no beacon on this thing. Okay, it's not like beep 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 beep. No, there's no beacon to it, man. Once it goes, man, you better know where it's at. You better know where it's at. So, but I need to test some height and some distance boundaries that I haven't gone past yet. And yeah, I need to get that. But it makes me want to get my drone back up in the air like right now, just seeing this footage. It's great.
Right now.
And they do. The drones take amazing footage too. They
Yeah,
really
they do. They really
4K,
do.
4K. Yeah, you get these beautiful views here. All right. So there's okay, so now we're heading over. The drone is flying over to where the footage was picked up of the Kia Soul. Shout out again to Nerdy Addict. Next, we're going to be getting into the maps of the house. I'm going to let you know how I think they did the crime inside. And then we're going to listen to that Brian Enton interview about the surrounding areas and the crime and how bad it is and how everybody knows about it. It's not a secret. And it wasn't really a secret to me either, because you just know the region down there and you know what takes place down there. If you pay attention to what's going on in the world, you already know that, yeah, I can imagine how high the crime is, especially the kidnappings, the ransoms and such. It's not anything new down there. Great footage.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that this is really great.
He's got a lot of footage too, where he's like, you know, going around to the community. You guys got to check it out. Like, it's good stuff. He's going out to the community. He's reaching out to people, asking them if they know about Nancy, if they heard about Nancy, sharing information with Nancy if they haven't. You know, neighbors, having conversations with neighbors. You know, like I said, the neighbors ain't drinking the Kool-Aid of JLR. They know what the hell's going on. They're smart enough. They got common sense. They know what's right and wrong. They know how many people, you know, when somebody continues to make mistakes for years and they never learn, well, they're never going to learn. And they see the manipulation that's taking place, the fakeness from the feeding the homeless all the way to the fakeness of what's being spun out there. And that's why you can tell, you can go to these videos and see it for yourself. The community is showing how much, the neighbors are showing how much they appreciate Nerdy and what he's doing out there. So the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is from the neighbors. It ain't got no Kool-Aid in it. That thing's cooking too. Look at how fast that drone's going. It's going about 50, 40, 50 mile an hour. He's probably got one of those DJIs. I ain't that lucky. I can only dream about having a DJI, because mine ain't going no 40, 50 mile an hour. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. Mine is a holy stone. Those things, yeah, hey, it's a good drone. It ain't the DJI, I'll tell you that. It's a holy stone. Holy stones ain't too bad. It's a budget drone, but it does damn good. I could only dream about a DJI. Those things got to be, especially with all the options that would come with it. I can't imagine. All right, so you get the top-down view. Now it's showing you we're heading to the location of where the footage was captured. Just look at all of the brush. I mean, that's why I'm saying, Rosee, I don't think she made it that far from the house. That kind of blood loss, you're not going to accept that in your vehicle, because then that just ties the whole crime back to you even more. You're going to want to get rid of her ASAP.
Yeah.
This is why you're looking at the terrain here, man. It's why I feel within the half to 1 mile radius, she's laying in some bushes, man. Because it would be like to where you wouldn't even see, like you might be able to see a little something from the drone, but the drone will take you to the spots where it's like, ooh, hold on a minute. That isn't, I need to come back to this location. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It gives you beads.
Right. And then if you got a bunch of eyes on it looking for stuff, man, you can really make a difference. All right. So you can see that's one of the houses there. It's got that gate on the front, the familiar gate. And then he's showing it back to where Nancy's house is at. in the direction that he came, just think, could be laying in any of those bushes, Here's another video, aerial videos. This is a longer one. We're just going to let that play for a second. Then we're going to go to the next part of the show. Here's the link to this video. This is a longer one showing a lot of the areas that they searched. Look at how thick that brush is, man. She's.
Yeah.
One day you're going to be found, Nancy. One day. And hopefully soon. Again, gotta shout out when shout outs are due. Shout out to Nerdy. I appreciate the hard work, the effort, the time, you going out there and trying to do what you truly can do to help find Nancy and not make it some kind of because it gives that the kind of activity that's taking place out there with the grifting gives us real ones a bad name.
Exactly.
And when we have to go out to these locations and we have to like let people know, like, no, that's not how we operate. This is not, we're not even like that. Trust me. And then, you know, they give you the benefit of the doubt most of the times. And then once they see your work, it doesn't take them long to come around and go, yeah, you know what, you're right. But it is unfortunate because that kind of shit that happens, that gets glorified, that gets monetized, it gets all of that stuff, the attention is what gives us real searchers, investigators, you know, sleuthers. It gives us that bad stigma that only our good deeds and our true actions can overcome. And when you're out there doing it for the right thing, doing it the right way, you don't have to fake nothing. You're already going out there with your true actions and your true intent. And so you don't have to even recreate. You're just doing what you're doing naturally. And the people see that. That's why they're supporting Nerdy the way that they are, is because they see the trueness of it. And, you know, you have to overcome those things when you go out there to these locations, because you know, it is sad. The ones that do the true work don't get the attention. The ones that are scamming the public for some reason always get the attention. It's because we don't do the oohs and the shock values and stuff like that. We're trying to do it legit and be respectful and legitimate. And you have people out there that twist and shock value and all these other things. And, you know,
yeah, I was going to say that they play on the excitement of it a lot, you know, when instead of just being straightforward and getting to work. That's why, unfortunately, they get the attention.
Yeah. It is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that. We're going to be moving to, my head's still spinning on the I hope the dude's safe, man, for real. Like, I just
but he got off lucky. He did.
It's not good. All right. Give me what. Yeah, he did. He got lucky, and I doubt it's going to happen again. Because if you're that unaware, second chances usually don't come. All right, so we're going to go through this map now. After this, we're going to listen to Brian Enton discuss the area, the crime, the violence, and all that. But next, we're going to go through this. This was came out a few days ago. Shout out Matt Black Incorporated on Twitter and YouTube. Also, Rogue Rebecca on Twitter. Not sure if she's on YouTube, but thanks to those two, we were able to have these put out there. And Rogue Rebecca actually put all of this together. So shout out to her. You know, what the den looks like, kitchen, dining room, everything, where it was located, the windows, the doors, and all of that. All right, so we're going to take a look at this. So like I said back then, the person obviously came to the front to rip the camera off because they already knew that's how they were going to be exiting. So even though the back door was open, okay, even though the back door was open, propped open, and here's a shot of the back door. Even though the back door was propped open, that's not how they left. Because again, if they left out the back door, that's where the blood would be. That's where the spit would be. All right. So no, they didn't enter the back door. But even though it was propped open, now, like I said before, they were hiding back here. Okay. And I can go to some of the, let me pull up the drone photos too, so I can kind of mix those together, because I will need those to explain some things. Let me pull up the drone photos here. Okay, so let me go to that back area. Okay, so if we go to this drone photo. Okay, so we're looking at the house from back here. Okay, back in the very beginning, I already said this person, obviously they're going to take the camera off the front to take it off, because they knew they were going to exit the front. Why were they going to exit the front? Because there's too many obstacles in the back. You got a gate, you got a fence, you got a wall, you got obstacles. The front door, you just walk the person out the front door. You're already there. I showed you guys with Google Guide the cover that you have, especially if you park right here. Especially if you park right here in the driveway. Nobody is seeing you whatsoever. Period. Nobody. So you could literally walk out the front door and get in a car, and nobody's going to see you unless they're like somehow driving by at 2, 3 in the morning right here. Then maybe. Otherwise, nobody else is going to see you. You're covered from all of this brush. So already knowing that, because you know that as soon as you show up, already knowing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang back here. Why? Because I have perfect cover. Not only cover from the property, but I have cover from all of my surroundings where anybody could see me. So I could literally have my phone open reading the newest article that came out on my phone, and ain't nobody even gonna see the light from my phone. That's how much cover I have here. Plus, I have a perfect vantage point to see everything from the garage, the back of the house, and the bedrooms. So I can see what lights are on, what lights get shut off in succession. I can see people, how many people, silhouettes walking through. I have so much information at my fingertips just chilling back here, and I have unlimited amount of time to access that information because nobody sees me. Nobody sees me. So I'm going to hide right here, and when I do enter the property, I'm going to enter it from back here because somebody might happen to drive by at 2, 3 in the morning. I don't live there. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but there is a possibility that somebody between 2, 3 in the morning could happen to drive by and see me standing outside the front door trying to get in. So why in the hell would I even be out there when, again, I have complete cover in the back? So I'm going to hide back here. I'm going to jump the wall as soon as I think it's good to enter. I'm going to check all the windows, see if any of them were left open. I'm going to check door handles. I'm going to check the easiest ways first, because why would I want to bust a window if I could have literally opened one because it was unlocked? Now, we heard, and I said this back then in the beginning, I said most people that age typically come from a time period where they didn't lock their doors. It's natural for them not to lock their doors. So if they're in a neighborhood where they feel completely safe, they're around neighbors where they've been around them for decades, everybody knows everybody, there's no reason to think that I would feel unsafe when I have a locked, secure backyard and I live in the most safest neighborhood. Why would I be worried about locking my kitchen window? Because I open my kitchen window a lot. Why do I need to lock it? Right? Now, we've heard Savannah's family has came out and said that Nancy was known to leave things unlocked. It goes along with the time period, what they're used to, and also the safety. So if she already didn't lock stuff, she already felt safe, then that would be a perfect opportunity for somebody to enter the property without signs of forced entry, which is exactly what I think happened. I believe one of the windows was unlocked. Could the door have been unlocked? Probably. Again, you're thinking safe, you're thinking secure, you're thinking I got retaining walls, I got landscaping walls, I got a gate, I got all this stuff in the back. Nobody's going to jump the wall. Nobody's going to enter my backyard. Nobody has for the last 5 decades. Why would they do it today? Very easily could have left the back door unlocked. Maybe that's why the back door was propped open, because when the people showed up and they're like, damn, this door's unlocked, I hope it don't lock after we shut it. So maybe we need to prop it open, Jimmy, because who knows? I would hate for it to be locked automatically somehow, because isn't it weird how it was unlocked? Electronic locks on the front and the back, very easily. So I could see that being the reason why they propped it open. They definitely entered a window or the back door. If the back door was locked, they entered an unlocked window. And I can be pretty sure that the kitchen window, bedroom window, maybe, garage window, maybe, kitchen window, hell yeah. Because that's the window that's going to be open the most. Because you want that kitchen window and you're looking out in the back, and you might want to, maybe you're talking to the kids, the grandkids, maybe you're just used to communicate because you can't walk very much. So I can walk to the kitchen window and talk to the kids outside the window. I can talk to the family outside. That's how I can communicate with the backyard. So that's why I would use that kitchen window, and I wouldn't think about locking it. All right. So that's the outside of it. Let's go back to the map of the house. Now there's a few of them. I did share them on Twitter. I retweeted them out. So if you are following me on X, Twitter, whatever, you can scroll through my timeline and you can actually get the actual photos that were dropped as well. So now you got the kitchen, the dining room, you got the den, kitchen, dining room right here. That is where they came in. Breakfast nook, laundry area, not through here, not through here. If they did get through the garage, they slipped through after she walked into the garage, because I don't think, listen, if you're dropping your mom off 50 million times for 5 decades, and I can see how one of the times you might not wait to watch her walk in, because nothing ever happens anyway. Maybe you might have been in a hurry. Who knows? We don't know for sure exactly what happened. Now, people were talking about them possibly entering through the sliding glass door. I'm going to tell you right now, it's easier to get into a regular house door than a sliding glass door. If you're trying to not show signs of forced entry, it's easier to get into a regular door than a sliding glass door. Usually sliding glass doors have a lot of either, if it's a solid door, then man, you're talking about 2 times the solid. You're talking about tracks that the door's on. You're talking about funky locks. You're talking about these different things. It would be, in my opinion, a lot easier to get into a regular door than a sliding glass door. You're going to show more signs of forced entry on a sliding glass door than you would a regular door. Just saying. So I don't think they entered. I know there's a lot of people thinking that they entered through. They might have, but I'm going to tell you from my opinion, my perspective, back door. They're not, just like they're not going to come through this front. They're not going to be coming through here, because again, like I told you a little bit ago, you don't know for sure that somebody between 2 and 3 in the morning ain't going to be driving by and, oh, what the hell? There's somebody trying to get into that sliding glass door. Oh, what the hell? There's somebody trying to get into that front door. They're going to drive by and not even notice anybody back here. Again, this right here is where they entered the property. Now, all of the bedrooms are right here. You got the master bedroom, you got the bedroom 3, bathroom, bedroom 2, bedroom 1, master bath, walk-in closet. Okay. Now, we've heard different stories about the blood being inside or there not being blood on the inside, but the one thing we do know is the blood is on the outside going down the sidewalk. The reason why the whole house looked immaculate, right? We've heard the statements that the house looked immaculate. There were no signs of a struggle. You know why? Because they already knew where the bedroom was at. Because how often do you think these bedroom lights turned on?
Exactly.
Right? If you've been to the house before and you could creep around this house and literally, it's like hiding in Idaho 4 behind the house at 1122 with the bushes that I parked in front of when we did the boots on the ground investigative work out there on the year anniversary of the crime taking place back then. You can literally be 10, 15 feet away and they won't notice you. The same here. This is even thicker brush than Idaho. And so you could literally be camped in one of these trees and you could literally see inside the bedroom. Now, if you've been to the house multiple times, you're going to sit back here. You're going to scope it out. These lights, what lights turn on, what lights turn off, what succession do they turn on, turn off? You're going to be able to notice, okay, I'm not seeing any of these 3 bedrooms lights turn on barely at all, if ever. They might turn on for a quick second because maybe somebody had to go in there to look for something. Who knows? But you're going to see, wow, these lights don't turn on that much. Okay. You come over here. You're like seeing, oh, okay, bedroom light. So this must be the bedroom. You're going to see the silhouettes through the curtains. Let's look at her curtains. You're going to see silhouettes through those curtains. You're going to see silhouettes. So you could see, okay, most of the movement's coming from the mass, especially if you're trying to find your target, right? All right. So this is where the lights turn on the most. Okay, so I already know where the back door is. I already know where the room is in relation to the back door. I already know where the front door is. Do I know about this specific area right here? No, I don't, because I've never been in the house. If I've never been in the house, because now they're starting to look at people that may have known her personally. But I'm just saying from a person that's never been in the house, I don't know what this looks like. What I do know is point A, point B, and point C, and then point D. A, where I enter, B, where the target is, C, where I exit, D, where I escape. So you know why it looked immaculate? Because as soon as I came in this door or window, I came through here. I knew where the bedroom was at. So I already walked down this, right? I already knew where the bedroom was at. I already walked down this hallway, or I already came down here to this wall and walked around. But I'm sure there was 2 doors there too. Now, I came around, grabbed her, abducted her, brought her out here. We came out the front door. That's why the whole house, bedroom 3, bathroom, 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 kitchen, breakfast, storage, garage, dining room, living room, den, sliding glass door. That's why the whole house looked immaculate, because we went from point A to point B to point C to point D. Effective. Now, right here where the blood was taking place, the reason I think the blood was there is because that's when Nancy had no choice but to fight her abductors. I'm scared as I'm getting brought through the house. I'm scared. I'm in shock. I just got woke up. The reason my phone and my medicine and everything was left at the house is because it was left in the den or in the kitchen, not where I was abducted. So I'm being drug out through here. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm in shock. I'm in shock. Once I hit the door, you know what the hell's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen as you're walking down this hallway, because they might be taking you to the den. They might be taking you to the garage. But once you turn and head to that front door, that's when it hits you. Oh my God, I got to fight. I got to fight. She was probably trying to do whatever. And God, I pray that comfort was with her during this time, because she was probably trying to fight with everything that she freaking had in her to not make it through that front door entrance. And once they did, they had to hit her to stop her. And the reason they had to hit her was because she was gonna make noise. And what's the best way to shut somebody up? You assault them. Like I said, it to me, when I first saw the photos of the blood, to me it looked like she got pistol whipped, broken nose, and bloody mouth. She got pistol whipped. That's, you look at the pistol that was on the person. I can see somebody not wanting to shoot, because that'll make a lot of noise. I can see them not wanting to scream or yell, but can I see them pulling out their pistol and going real quick on somebody? That's not very loud, is it? That's not very loud. That's the sound that it would make. And instantly scared. You can't even maybe cry because you have so much blood coming through your mouth. That's why you have to spit. That's why it's dripping the way it's dripping. Nosebleed. Spit, because it's all in your mouth. Little clotted material that wasn't able to fully clot inside your mouth and your nose because of the blood loss. And so you see little bits of clotted up chunks of blood that was trying to clot, but it got splurted out when they had to spit. They already knew. They had a car sitting right here. We already showed you with our video edits a month and a half ago, the person that was walking across this driveway when that person went and was trying to cover up the camera. They were walking across this driveway and they were standing right here underneath this tree watching the person rip the camera off. They had their car parked right here. That's why you saw somebody walking this way and stand here. That's why you see the exit being here, because as soon as they walked out, as soon that person came in, got in the car, waited, as soon as they seen the person that abducted Nancy and Nancy coming out, all right, I'm going to pull the car up. I'm going to get out. I'm going to open the door. Then I'm going to help the person get Nancy in the car. We're going to get in the car. I'm going to leave the scene of the crime with my headlights still shut off, and I'm not going to turn them on until I reach a half a block away from that house, because I know once I make a half a block away from that house, then if anybody does see the headlights, they're not going to associate it with me being at this property. That's how the crime took place inside the property. Here's another map of the house. Why is it not switching? Hold on one second. I got to pull them back up again. I'm going to show you the rest of the photos so you can see them on screen. You can take screenshots if you want.
Yeah, and also I just like to do with chat and what Christine was saying. It is really difficult to think about her being assaulted, but I mean, I guess you have to, if you want to try and figure out what happened, you have to go there. But I know it's like it hurts, especially when it's somebody elderly. I know I keep saying that, but it's so sad.
And I hate to bring it up like that, but it's just like when I first saw the blood droplets.
Yeah.
Broken nose, you guys. She spit on the ground, broken nose. We were hearing experts talk about, oh, she could have been bleeding from her elbow. And it's like, what the fuck? What are you? How? Like, it is so obvious. Spitting, the chunky blood. Like, I broke it all down when it came out. Like, broken nose. I was saying pistol whip from back then. Before, I was saying it was a robbery for money. They didn't want grandma knickknacks. They knew that she came from money. Give me your ATM. Okay, here, leave me alone. What's your PIN number? I'm not telling you. Give me your PIN number. I'm not telling you. All right, Jimmy, we're bringing her with. That's how, oh, you're not going to pistol whip. Give us your PIN number. All right, we're bringing you with. That's how I initially thought it went down in the very beginning, before the blood on the sidewalk was shown, before the video of the perpetrator coming up to the camera. That's what I thought this whole crime was. But after that, you realize it was a target. You realize it was, and so you see I even back then when I first brought it up, it's like, I hate thinking about it like this. I hate being descriptive like this, but at the same time, I got to be honest with you guys. I got to tell you like it is, right? I can't. And so I hate breaking it down, but it's unfortunate. And, as much as you guys feel bad, I'm feeling bad, because I have the kind of brain where I'm describing something, I'm describing it off of the video that is playing in my head. That's why I can be so descriptive. So just think how descriptive I am with my words. Just think of what I'm seeing inside my mind. I saw Nancy trying to fight off. I seen the pistol whip on the nose so many times in my mind. I see the splatter coming off of her mouth. I see her crying. I see her pulling at the door frame. I see all of these other things that I don't even describe, because that's how descriptive my brain is when it comes to the stuff anything that I think about. All right. So here's another map. Shout out Matt Black Incorporated. Shout out Rogue Rebecca for their hard work as well. Here's another diagram of it. Let me turn off these comments for a second. There's another diagram of it. Another diagram of it. Let me see here. And then here's another diagram of it. This is the zoomed in version. Again, I have all of these on Twitter X. So if you're following me on there, the best two places, whether I'm doing a show or not doing a show, or the stuff that I'm going through on a show, any of that stuff I do repost and retweet on Facebook and on Twitter X. So here's both links. If you want to follow me on each one, please do, because even we could be done with the show for 10 minutes and I'm posting up something else that's new and regarding different cases too, not just Nancy's. But there's the links for those. Let me see here. Yes, we have to honestly deal with the evidence, good or bad, period. And I'm not going to be one of these people. Listen, I'm already not one of the people that is making shit out of nothing like a lot of the others. And I'm not gonna when it comes to evidence. You got a lot of shows, this is so bad, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You see it out there. Ruthless, barbaric people with no conscience. If they can do this to Nancy, 84 years old, fragile already, what cowards? Yeah. And I feel so bad for Savannah, because Savannah blames her own success on her mother's abduction. And that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part. So there you go. I wanted to break down how the crime went on the inside, why things were the way they were, why the evidence was the way that it is, and how everything took place. Like I said, these abductors had a ABCD approach.
Yeah.
ABCD.
I was just gonna say, like, when we take what you said about the outside and then put it back to back with the inside, I'm really looking forward to seeing that, so that it can be like that whole continuum. So that like I'm really looking forward to that, so that it's like not like a movie, like you say, but like a scene, like you can see it playing out and actually trying to understand just the progression of this, because it's all in little bits. And evidence, well, if if you call that evidence, like the porch guy video and stuff like that, and it'll help people to understand.
Well, anybody can see the first part. The first part, it was called "How I Did It." You know, if OJ is gonna come out with a book, "How I Did It," I might as well how I did it. You know, how I would have done this based off of the evidence, what's there, the terrain, the surroundings. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody, you can check it out after the show's done before I put the extra part and combine it together. It's in my video tab section. Just look for the video "How I Did It." There it is right there. I've done it on the first couple shows. I know I've kind of I might have added some things to it on some shows after that. So but really the gist of it is right there for the beginning of it. Show drone, show video. Also, you can go to any of our live streams exposing the alternate perpetrator. You can see the video edits that we worked on and the suspect walking in the background. That was actually one of the first things we started doing when we started doing the shows, when that video came out, because I was like, I did those one edits, and that's when I seen something, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. So we started doing some more and slowly started seeing that person walking in the back there. Let me see here. So we're going to go ahead and switch to the video with Brian Enton. So this is Brian Enton talking to some locals about how dangerous that area is. So shout out to Nerdy. Definitely, again, go show him some love on the links. Sub up, support him, thank him in the comment section. Leave a comment, leave some prayer hands. Thank him for his time and his effort and his boots on the ground. Definitely appreciate the work that he's doing out there and the footage too. So you guys saw the terrain, you saw the desert, you saw the brush, you saw why I feel since the beginning that she's been laying in bushes and didn't make it past that first sunrise the day she was abducted. You see the brush, you see the surroundings, you see the terrain, and you're sitting there going, if I was gonna hide a frickin' body, I would hide it here. It's so obvious. That's why I feel she's laying there. But we're going to listen to Brian Enton. He interviewed some locals that's talking about he says, vast history of violence and crime. So we're going to listen to that here real quick. Give me 1 second here. Let's get this thing ready. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. If you are enjoying the stream, help us reach more people and hit that algorithm. Make sure to drop the subscribe, comment, share this out to your socials and friends. If you're hanging out with us, why not have your friends hang out with us too? Most importantly, we appreciate you very much. All right, so let me go ahead and get this fired up. We're going to listen to what she has to say. And it's no surprise to anybody that knows the region. If you know the region, you already know the kind of crime that takes place down there. So prayers for their community. So much stuff going on, and the worst part of it all is with there being no leads, no direction, no answer. None of these neighbors can feel safe in their own homes because it could happen to them tonight. It almost happened to Ted.
Yeah, especially with like not being so sure about the sheriff at the moment and everything that's going on there. Like that can't add to anybody's feeling of safety at this point.
Mm-hmm. There's no link on that.
It's above. It didn't.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Oh, because it wouldn't fit. I got you. Yeah. So there's the link. How I did it. My theory and how the suspect gained access. Again, we'll be putting the combo out, coming out either tonight or tomorrow at some point. And are you doing a show tomorrow morning? Or you are? So Rosee will be on tomorrow morning. Make sure you hit that notification bell so you get notified. Rosee will be on tomorrow morning. I don't think I do a show tomorrow night. I think tomorrow night is my night off. I will be back Tuesday night, but definitely go show some love to Rosee tomorrow morning, and actually the combo might go out tomorrow night instead, because I think I might want to go back to some of these other videos and kind of add even more to it,
Yeah.
because I think I did more photos and more video and things like that, so it just add to everything that we're going to discuss for that. So thank you for that, Rosee. Appreciate you. All right, this is Brian Enton talking about the vast history.
Nowhere. And there's been a lot of crime out in the
Hold on.
view. Tribe. I appreciate all of your support. Today is day 62 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. It's now been well over 2 months. Been working hard this week in Arizona. I had my interview with the source close to the investigation. You can check out my last couple of episodes. The big headlines there that there's no suspect, really no solid leads at this point. A lot of frustration within the sheriff's office, a lot of frustration about what I'm told were errors made early on in the investigation. I never got a response from the Pima County Sheriff. I was trying to get a response from him, get a new interview with him, but I was not successful on that front since I've been here in Arizona this week. But in this episode, really, really interesting. I'm going to take you out into the desert outside Tucson, and really you just drive for 10, 15 minutes and you are out in the middle of nowhere. And there's been a lot of crime out in these very, very desolate desert areas. I'm going to dig into that, some of the things that have happened in the past out there, some of the bodies that have been discovered, and how all of that could possibly connect back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So I'm getting into all of it in this episode. Brian Enton Investigates. I'm joined now by Allison Weiner, News Nation producer who I work with a ton on a lot of these stories in the Nancy Guthrie story. And we've both been at News Nation for a while. And she has a lot of interesting insight into the Nancy Guthrie case. Before I talk to Allison, I want to
Okay, wait a minute. I thought she was a local.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
She works for News Nation.
Yeah.
Man, what's going on with Brian Enton the last few days?
I don't
The
know.
Arizona Insider was really nothing.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
It's not the first time he's had a producer from News Nation on this case as a guest. It was someone different, and I was also like, oh, that's weird.
I don't know. It's just some of the promotions, the last few things. I'm like, wait a minute, bro. Like, like what? are we getting like? I can't see Brian Enton doing this, but are we getting like I know he's mainstream media, but he's different than mainstream media. I know there's no leads, there's no direction. Why is he not talking? Like, he's had neighbors on in the past already. Why is he not talking to a local? It's weird to me. Hey, I'm out by Nancy's house. I'm going to invite one of the people that work for News Nation on here to talk about that. Like, why wouldn't you talk to the locals? It's just weird to me. It's just weird. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's not like Brian Enton. It's not like Brian Enton. Brian Enton would rather have somebody that's local than a producer. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into it, but I don't know. It seems weird to me. It just does.
quickly show you, Allison went out with Bob Krieger, who is the former SWAT team commander in Pima County, out into the desert to get a look at like how you would get out of the area, and also where they've found people hidden before, people have gone missing before, just to get an idea of what it's like out there. So look at this.
So what we're going to do is we're going to drive out to the deserts of Pima County, kind of out specifically to the west deserts, because if you notice, Tucson's surrounded by mountains on each direction. And once you get on essentially the backside of any of those, that's where the remoteness starts. The biggest area geographically is going out to the west. And out there is where we encounter a lot, or used to encounter a lot of activity, from, you know, smuggling of all sorts, whether it be humans or drugs, things like that, to violent crimes, to, you know, body disposals.
Right, body disposals. This is why I'm saying she's got to be within a half mile to a mile of ground zero, man, because it's known. Look at the terrain. unless you're walking or flying a drone, how in the hell are you even going to see her? You're not. You're not. Just to think, I just, her laying out in this each 2 months and 1 week, every night that has gone past where still nobody has even came across her body. And she's just continued to lay there waiting for somebody to find her. I hope Nerdy does. I really do. I wish I could help.
A lot of activity from smuggling of all sorts, whether it be humans or drugs, things like that, to violent crimes, to body disposals. We unfortunately find a lot of bodies out there throughout the year, but specifically in the summer ones when people are crossing and they don't know what to expect of the hot deserts. So it's just a ton of stuff going on out there, and it's just so vast. And a lot of times, you just can't find what you're looking for, even if you have very specific locations, and it takes time. And that's really what we're going to do today, just kind of go out there and get a feel for it, and specifically go to some areas that I have firsthand experience with where crimes have occurred, bodies have been found, and things like that.
Right. Perfect place to find a body. Like I said, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Some of these roads, when I used to work out here, they were like super highways for criminal activity.
Yeah.
Whether it be people or drugs.
Just take a look around and see where we're going. We're out here in the desert, and the trees are like higher than you are. And then there's a little path behind you. Here's where we drove the car to, and they're over my head and over Bob's head.
We are technically on Saguaro National Monument, but it is what it is. You see the trees. We're starting to get in the hilly areas, all kinds of brush that's easily, you can easily hide in, leave things at, get out of sight very, very quickly. And right now we're only, probably less than a half mile from the main road. This little track here will take you 100 miles south and get you into Mexico if you want.
See what I'm saying? Half a mile from the main road. A track that can take you to Mexico if you want. That's why I'm saying she's laying there in some bushes a half mile to 1 mile away from ground zero. A grid ground search, 1 mile would have done a hell of a lot. Yeah, especially 2 months ago.
In my time with the Sheriff's Department, I supervised our border crime unit for almost 5 years. And we basically lived in this area of the county. From the start of our shift to the end of our shift, we would be out here looking for all the crime, the criminal activity that goes along with just being this close to the border. This unfortunately is an area where bodies have been found. We've had multiple homicide victims, bodies dumped in the area. Specifically, we had I guess we can call him a serial killer. His name was Christopher Clements. He kidnapped and killed Isabel Celis. He's been convicted of another one. Bodies were recovered within, 9 iron of where we are now. Just north of here, we've had battling rival gang members getting shootouts. So we stumbled upon a multiple homicide victim scene one day. And there were 3 or 4 bodies from what I remember just off the roadway.
Would somebody have at least with the serial killer, were the kills of these individuals, these victims, was it in Tucson and then brought out here? Is that how it worked?
I don't know exactly where they were killed at, but the crimes did happen within the metro area of Tucson, specifically in the city limits. And then, yes, the victims were brought out here and their bodies were left out here. Both of them very close to each other as well. And anecdotally, I could think of 3 or 4 others, bodies that were victims of violent crimes that were left out here as well. It looks like you can see, but realistically, there could be someone 10 feet that way. This small brush, these shrubs, they do a great job of hiding everything. This is a very open area, but black is literally the worst color to wear.
Sorry about that. His YouTube bugging out for a second. Yeah, Christine. And you're right, Jay Gallagher. Guarantee. Yeah, there. But this is what's depressing is for the last 2 months and 1 week, there's been people that have this stuff that have not. It just. And her being a high profile missing person can't even get a normal grid search like with regular people. 100%, man. 2 months, 1 week later, 500,000 plus in donations. And look what you got. Look what you got. I wish I would have been able to just go out there and start. I wish, but one day again, maybe.
Here as well. It looks like you can see, but realistically, there could be someone 10 feet that way. This small brush, these shrubs, they do a great job of hiding everything.
See what I'm saying?
This is a very open area, but
I'm not making it up.
Black is literally the worst color to wear in the desert because it sticks out so much.
Poor Nancy, laying out there in those fields.
Let's see. And I don't know if you can see me right now, but I can see you perfectly, and you're probably 25 feet away from me.
Wow.
Yep. You can't even really see him. 25 feet away. Can't even really see him. Half mile away from the main road. That kind of blood loss that Nancy was having. That kind of blood loss. People not prepared for that kind of blood loss. Evidence being left in the vehicle that's transporting her shit. It's not worth it. We just need to get rid of her ASAP. Pull over a half mile down the side of the road. You already know the area. You already know it's common for dumping bodies. You already know it's common for any of this stuff. You can get back to Mexico, no problem. You have a trail to take you back to Mexico. You already know it's common. You can easily hide a body in these bushes. People need to get off their fucking ass and go find Nancy. Because she ain't far. And this even shows it even more.
Exactly. I was gonna say, like, I mean, we've known it, but now seeing it, it's like we're hearing that he's saying it's literally happened before. Like this is the place where
common.
Yeah,
it's common.
It's not even like, unusual. So that just makes it all the worse to hear.
Yep. And we're out searching fucking mines and prisons. Doing if people knew what they were donating to before they donated, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's their own choice.
Wow.
It's their own choice.
We haven't seen any.
That's what you got
in the last 45 minutes.
You've seen the terrain, you've seen the geography. Most people would say we're in the middle of nowhere, but at the exact same time, within a half hour, I can be at Broadway and Stone in the center of metropolitan downtown Tucson. And that's how quickly you can get away or just sort of disappear in this environment.
Super interesting to get that perspective, Allison, and I want to ask you about it. But first, I also want to tell people about your book, because Allison is an amazing journalist and also just wrote a book, which is so cool. So tell me a little bit about it.
So my book, I will hold it up for all of you guys, is Murder and Media. And it's really a story about what it's like to be an investigative journalist and to go behind the scenes. And in this book, I tell stories I never told before. They didn't go on TV. I didn't write about them in newspapers or magazines. I've been a writer.
Well, if we're going to plug a book, let's go ahead and plug a book. Rosee is in the midst of creating a book and has been for a while. And you will be able, sometime in the future here, you'll be able to read Rosee's book. Trust me, we'll be promoting that once it's ready. and you will enjoy the story. And there is a familiar character in that book.
I was just gonna say, like, Stephen pointed out that this is also his book. I don't know why my screen is so big.
No, that's your book. There's just a character based off of somebody, but we won't say who that is. But yes, Rosee has a book coming out here in the future as well. So hey, she's doing a book plug. I'm like, why don't we do a book plug, right?
Yeah, let's do a book plug.
Yeah, we should. You know what? We should do a show sometime where we just chat about it, so people can kind of have a little idea of, you know what I mean? I think.
Yeah.
But yes. Did I help with it? Very slightly. Very slightly. This is Rosee's thing. It's her book. I just helped with it slightly. But I had to, Rosee. I had to.
A long time. And I really give you a behind the scenes look at like stories like the Robert Blake story or stories like the Holly Bobo story. And there's things that happen long before the trial, right after somebody was abducted. You know, it's kind of the same.
I'm just going to skip
There's
that.
all kinds of other things. Everything seems to have a spike on it.
I'm glad you said cacti plural because a few of you watching, they give.
All right.
You are a survivor, but still, you're also not a dead.
On your tush or anything else.
Yep, come on.
But off to the sides are like a million different kinds of plants. And he goes, everything out here is trying to kill you. And there's the one that you just brush by that shoots daggers into you that we learned about. There's all these cacti. There's all kinds of other things. Everything seems to have a spike on it.
I'm glad you said cacti plural because a few of you watching, they gave me a hard time. I think I said cactuses one day. But you're right. I mean, even around Nancy's house, we were back behind Nancy's house. And I'm from Florida. You're from LA. I'm used to heat. I'm used to, like, Florida, it's extreme at times. But it's not dry like this. There's a lot of shade. There's trees. There's water. Here, it really is it has a different feel to it. Yeah,
I mean, there were these cacti, and it's kind of interesting because the cacti and the cactuses have like arms, and
they're really cool.
And they're kind of cool. It takes about 200 years to grow them, but they're not the worst thing in the desert. I am from an area that used to be a desert, so it is dry. But this area apparently, like in the 1800s, 1890s, had more water. But right now, it's dry as can be, dangerous, but very easy to get rid of someone. So that was why I was interested in it, why you were interested in it, because we're like, well, if they're on their way to Mexico, they could, and God forbid that Nancy passed away following her abduction, that this would have been a perfect place. And he kind of illustrated that for me by going, because I said, it looks kind of flat. I don't know, I would see something from the road. And he walked away, like I said, 17 feet, couldn't see him. And he was wearing a black shirt, which apparently is like very easier to spot in the desert. The other thing too was that there's an awful lot of crime in this area. So if somebody was dropped there and they are alive, a lot of bad things could happen to you, even just with human beings. There's human smuggling, there's drug trafficking. It's just to say it's vast is an understatement. I mean, I just kept looking and it goes on. And we were only about 1.5 miles off of the main road. You could go 2-3 miles. And he said, you know, it's just, you never know what you're going to find, but you can't see anything. You can't see anything from the side of the road. So it was just kind of super devastating. But I did realize that in terms of, you know, any kind of criticism that has gone towards the investigation, that the only chance really of finding Nancy's remains initially was around that neighborhood. And that's kind of, as Bob said, what happened during the first few days of.
That's what I'm saying. 0.5 mile to 1 mile with it. She could have been found day 10, man. It just really drives me crazy. It really does. I really wish we could have been out there.
I know. Yeah.
We could have found her. We could have found her, man. Day 10 or before.
Yeah, and I mean, basically with every day that goes on, it's just going to get more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully Nerdy can find her. Shout out to him.
Research.
So you've been here like me since the beginning. We left, but you know, It's been 2 months now, which is hard to wrap your mind around. Are you? What is your? I mean, what are your feelings right now? I mean, I feel sad for Savannah, obviously, and for the family. I didn't think it would take this long when we first got here. The first couple, I really didn't think we'd be sitting here 2 months later.
I feel terrible for that family, and I think there were missed opportunities, and I think that makes me feel even worse. Because the more we dig into this and the more we investigate and the more we talk to people, we find out that in those first 24 hours were the most critical, that there were problems in terms of, assumptions that were made, investigative assumptions that were made, that the area was, as we all know, and we've reported this, they took down the crime scene tape before the FBI arrived. So maybe that becomes a chain of custody issue where people could have come and gone. No matter what you say, it leaves an opening for a defense attorney. You can say nobody came or went, but footprints are gone because we were walking around there, and other people. And as famously, the pizza delivery.
You're talking
guy.
about early on.
Speaking about the footprints, we'll have to cover the bloody footprints. I don't know. Let me see. We already kind of saw. I'm gonna skip this because I'm gonna play the cop part again, where he was out there in the woods. I want to replay this part. We're just gonna check this part out. Then we will cover the bloody footprint part, because I thought this guy was gonna be on the episode more. But since he's not, I'm gonna go ahead and take that time, and we're gonna use that to cover the bloody footprint because.
Okay.
I don't know I don't even know where it came from. It's the first time that I heard about a bloody footprint. And how do you even have a solid bloody footprint if they opened it up and shut it down, opened it up, shut it down? And they were sitting there looking at it as like she wandered off. They obviously didn't see the blood on the front. And when they seen it, it was, who knows what kind of contamination already took place there. So maybe the bloody footprint is from somebody else. I don't know. But Ashley Banfield supposedly has information on that. So we'll go ahead and take a listen to that in a second. I just got to see. I haven't heard about it this whole time.
Yeah.
And we've heard things from Ashley that aren't really true. And it's been like that for a few years, starting off with Idaho 4. So I do have to check it out, though. So we're going to check this out one more time. I want everybody, that's important. Everybody needs to see this video. And I think it should go in with, I don't know. I think I need to make a video of not only how the abduction took place outside and inside, but I think I need to add some of this other stuff on why I keep expressing for 2 months that she's going to be within a half mile to a mile, because this right here, this explains everything. Half mile off the road. Everybody knows this is a dumping ground. It's easy to get away with it. And you have a trail that leads you back to Mexico, man. I mean, everything is telling you this is a potential location right here already.
Or drugs, things like that, to violent crimes, to body disposals. We unfortunately find a lot of bodies out there throughout the year, but specifically in the summer ones when people are crossing and they don't know, what to expect of the hot deserts. So it's just a ton of stuff going on out there, and it's just so vast. And a lot of times, you just can't find what you're looking for, even if you have very specific locations, and it takes time. And that's really what we're going to do today, just kind of go out there and get a feel for it, and specifically go to some areas that I have firsthand experience with where crimes have occurred, bodies have been found, and things like that. Some of these roads, when I used to work out here, they were like super highways for criminal activity.
Yeah.
Whether it be people or drugs.
Just take a look around and see where we're going. We're out here in the desert, and the trees are like higher than you are. And then there's a little path behind you. Here's where we drove the car to, and they're over my head and over Bob's head.
We are technically on Saguaro National Monument, but it is what it is. You see the trees. We're starting to get in the hilly areas, all kinds of brush that's easily, you can easily hide in, leave things at, get out of sight very, very quickly. And right now we're only, probably less than a half mile from the main road. This little track here will take you 100 miles south and get you into Mexico if you want. In my time with the Sheriff's Department, I supervised our border crime unit for almost 5 years. And we basically lived in this area of the county. From the start of our shift to the end of our shift, we would be out here looking for all the crime, the criminal activity that goes along with just being this close to the border. This unfortunately is an area where bodies have been found. We've had multiple homicide victims, bodies dumped in the area. Specifically, we had I guess we can call him a serial killer. His name was Christopher Clements. He kidnapped and killed Isabel Celis. He's been convicted of another one. Bodies were recovered within, 9 iron of where we are now. Just north of here, we've had battling rival gang members getting shootouts. So we stumbled upon a multiple homicide victim scene one day. And, there were 3 or 4 bodies from what I remember just off the roadway.
Would somebody have, at least with the serial killer, were the kills of these individuals, these victims, was it in Tucson and then brought out here? Is that how it worked?
I don't know exactly where they were killed at, but the crimes did happen within the metro area of Tucson, specifically in the city limits. And then, yes, the victims were brought out here and their bodies were left out here. Both of them very close to each other as well. And anecdotally, I can think of 3 or 4 others bodies that were victims of violent crimes that were left out here as well. It looks like you can see, but realistically, there could be someone 10 feet that way. This small brush, these shrubs, they do a great job of hiding everything. This is a very open area, but black is literally the worst color to wear in the desert because it sticks out so much. Just get up into some of these treeless areas.
I see.
And I don't know if you can see me right now, but I can see you perfectly, and you're probably 25 feet away from me.
Wow. We haven't seen anyone in the last 45 minutes.
You've seen the terrain, you've seen the geography. Most people would say we're in the middle of nowhere, but at the exact same time, within a half hour, I can be at Broadway and Stone in the center of metropolitan downtown Tucson. And that's how quickly you can get away or just sort of disappear in this environment.
Super interesting to get that perspective, Alex.
All right, so we'll go ahead and switch back to this. I'll turn the comments back on. Jay Gallagher, just imagine the amount of resources and time wasted picking through contaminated evidence. We're going to go through some contaminated evidence here in a second with what Ashley Banfield has to say. Again, I haven't heard about this bloody shoe print, footprint, whatever. It's kind of interesting. 2 months and 1 week later, we're starting to hear about it. But again, we've heard so many things from Banfield before, even going all the way back to Idaho 4 and how Koberger had one of the students and victims' photo IDs in a shoebox in his closet, which turned out to be total made up, amongst other things, which was found to be totally made up after the documents got released in the document drops. So, we'll check out what she has to say. I wouldn't put too much validity into it, and we'll find out how much validity we can put into it once we check it out. I want to say thank you for watching from Alabama. Appreciate you very much. Hopefully, the weather's been going okay. It's been a hell of a time over here in my area the last couple of days with all these tornadoes and thunderstorms. But I know there's been some storms rolling through the south and the east as well. So hopefully everybody is staying safe. And Suzanne, watching from South Dakota, thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you very much. If you want to let me know where you're watching from, go ahead. We'll go ahead and shout you out. All right, I'm going to switch to Ashley Banfield and talking about this shoe print. Let me know in chat. Let me know in the live replay comment section. Have you ever heard about it? Because I haven't heard about it. It's whenever something comes out over 2 months after, you gotta kind of question it, you know?
Yeah, and also she's been doing it a lot with this case. Like I know she's done it like for years, but with this case, it's like she's very prolific, let me say.
Yeah, especially with, the Tommaso stuff. And like I said before, it's one thing if Pima County Sheriff's Office cleared him, I would be questionable about that. But when the FBI clears them, FBI, it's the FBI, man. Like they're not going to clear somebody if they're suspicious. Just saying. All right, so this is Ashley Banfield. And it's a shame that people are still putting the name out there amongst other names, even homeless people that have nothing to do with the crime for clicks. It's very sad. All right. Putting their full names out there too. The dude's already homeless, down on tough times, and then you're going to add to it. Like, why don't you share some of that money that you made off of his name with him? You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he would appreciate it, especially after the hate that he's going to be receiving because you're doing shows on him. All right, this is Ashley Banfield. The reckless reporting is horrible. It just creates more victims on top of victims that were already victims in the first place. It's unfortunate. All right, so this is the possible shoe print in blood. Let's see what she has to say about it.
First and foremost, there's been a lot of talk among the true crime community about some internet chatter, some photographs of the blood droplets outside of Nancy's front door. Brian Enton from News Nation, Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital, both were able to capture those images early on, I think around day 2 or day 3. And if you zero in very, very closely on one of those droplets, does that look like a shoe print? Does it?
Oh, hell no. We already know the legitimacy of this.
No, it doesn't.
Does it look like a shoe might have stepped on it? No. It's right in between 2 other drops.
Yeah, and also like it looks more like pooling. So I think that if it were from a shoe, I think it would be like a sticky impression.
Yes.
Not like it looked like it landed directly there and pulled in place. Look, I'm no expert, but
No, you know what an expert would tell you, Rosie?
Yeah.
Is that if that was made by a shoe, there would be transfer in a spot around it. That's what an investigator would tell you.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
pulling, not sticky.
if this was from a shoe, then where on this sidewalk, because we've dug through these photos of this sidewalk, where on the sidewalk do you see another? Because it would transfer, right? It would transfer.
A shoe print is a type of transfer.
Where's the transfer? Where's
closely on one of those droplets? Does that?
No transfer. Again, Banfield. I think we've seen enough. I don't need to play any more of it. Unless you want me to. Anybody in chat, do you want me to? I honestly, does that look like a shoe print to you? I think we've already gotten
Yeah.
gotten there.
No, I just don't think it does. But
Not a shoe print. We Rosie, we already broke it down in a minute and a half.
Yeah.
It's not a shoe print. It's not a shoe print. It's not a shoe print. All right, so we'll go to the next thing. Let me put this awesome picture up here, by the way. Let me see here. By the way, right there, you can have our mug on your mug. I'll be putting them up on a store here soon if you do want to purchase one on your own. But again, we're going to be starting a thing for every show. Once we get 10 contributions, whether it's Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Super Chat, Super Sticker, membership, it doesn't matter. Once we get 10 of them, each one is an entry for a free coffee mug with our mug on your mug. So that'll be what we're doing each show. So we'll keep track. And then also, let me see if there's any kind of updates. Is there anything that you want to cover, Rosie? Before we hop off here, I think we pretty much got through all of the too much to title shit.
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't have anything extra to get through.
Let me see. Let me just take a quick look real quick. I don't see anything there. Let me just check some stuff here real quick. Let me see here. So far, let's see. There's some very showing up to date as sign. Here's. Oh wow, what is? Here's one woman's words known as Arizona girl. Let's check this out real quick. I don't know what this is. Hold on.
Wherever, because this is outrageous. Our own sheriff on national television has made several comments, and I'm looking at him like, okay, we're not supposed to be worried. This was an isolated event, and 42 days later, he gets out in front of the cameras and says, oh, why, most certainly we should be aware. He put the fear in us. I am an elderly, disabled, single woman.
He did when he came out and said everybody should be aware because it could happen to you too. He did. He came out and made a statement to the neighbors and said, y'all should be aware because it could happen to you too. What she's saying is real. He did put fear in the community.
And you know, none of us can actually understand it like a local who's a elderly disabled female. Like, it's coming from her. She's the one you want to hear from about how they feel about that. So that's really valuable.
Man, I feel so bad for them. I can imagine the fear. And she's right. He did put fear. He did put fear in their bodies.
Who lives alone? I live 1 mile from that man's office. Yes, I do live in a secured environment. But who's to say? I rely on strangers coming to my door to bring me my food. I don't drive.
Man, that poor lady. What is going on here? Hold on. What?
Yeah, that is sad.
I rely on strangers coming.
What? Oh my gosh.
To bring me my food. I don't drive. Am I next? I have a sister fixing to turn Nancy's age in 2 months. She lives alone. She's a widow. Thank God she has a bazillion grandchildren and great-grandchildren constantly around her. But which one of us is next? Is this going to be any person off the street? Is this just going to be elderly women in Nancy's same position? To me, this isn't about money. Whoever those people were or person was, we don't know. He's not saying anything. So are we supposed to be afraid of every person we pass? Are we supposed to lock in our homes in fear? Or are we supposed to get out here and sit and wait? What safer place do we have besides our faithful law enforcement office?
Yeah, that's how they have to
in
be.
his parking lot until he does something. Whether he steps to the side and lets somebody with experience come in. He never put out a silver alert. He never secured the crime scene. He did rookie mistakes for a 40-year-old veteran. Are you serious?
Thank you, ma'am.
We have people disappear all the time in this jurisdiction that never get found. We had a man that was on a clearly marked hiking path people were walking past him up and down the hiking trail at Wildborough's hiking trail. He was missing for 5 days. Nobody noticed a dead
Right over
man
there in the
sitting there upright on a trail in public sight, and he was still took 5 days to find him. You know, it breaks my heart. My family's been in this state before it was a state. My family came here
Wow.
120 years ago.
Wow.
My
Wow.
family has, and they passed on their knowledge to me, and I try to pass it on to my children and my grandchildren. I'm furious
Wow.
at the way this has been handled.
Man.
You know, this is wrong. And we need to speak up and speak up fast. Because like I said, who's next?
Oh.
Who's next?
Man.
What's your name? What do you want to call yourself?
Man.
Arizona.
Man.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's what the community like. They have to trust him. Like she said, we have to trust him, but look, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and these are other people's elderly parents, and they themselves are terrified. You can tell. Yeah.
Man. And I got to say this again, by the way, you know, we're going to be ending the show here. Rosee will see you guys in the morning, I think 8:00 Central. I'm going to be tomorrow night. I'll have off unless there's something breaking. I'll be back Tuesday night, but if any of you guys can do me a favor, and if you're following me on X, do me a favor and go to this post that I reposted and retweeted as well. This gentleman, and this is why I don't understand why any of these people that are out there looking for Nancy haven't been looking for this guy for the last couple days. Missing in Tucson, elderly, vulnerable man, truck associated with it, tag 505 Edward Henry Zulu. Kent Feller is his name, Feller. He went missing 2 days ago at 10 in the morning. Same kind of situation when it comes to medicine and how vulnerable they are. Elderly man. I don't know why this, you know, instead of taking phone calls, why are we not out here looking for this guy too? You know what I'm saying? If that's what we're about finding the missing people, then why aren't we looking for this guy too? This guy needs your help as well. So hopefully, do me a favor, share it out. You can see it's not getting, just from KVOA Tucson, it's only had 777 people check it out. You know what I'm saying? It ain't getting the attention. So if you do enjoy some of these other people that are out there hanging around and chilling in lawn chairs and taking calls, share this guy's name with them. Maybe somebody can actually start looking for him too. We would have already been doing it if we were out there. Trust me. But please, if you're following me on X, retweet this. I'll go ahead and, oh, you're going to put the link? Thank you. There's the post right there. It don't even have to be from I don't even care. Just click on that link.
That one is from your profile.
Even if it's not, it doesn't matter. You know, share it out. This guy, vulnerable, missing elderly man. And thank you all for hanging out and being here. Happy Easter, everybody. If you joined in late, trust me, you're going to want to go back to the beginning. We went through so much stuff and stuff that needed to go through, needed to be brought up, needed to be talked about. And this guy right here, man, that I hope there's not another real victim off of this guy's inexperience, because he damn near became a victim already. He barely, luckily got out. Luckily got out, and I don't see it happening again. I don't think you'll get lucky that on the next go round, only because he wasn't some well-known name person. I guarantee you, if he was some kind of, if it was JLR, I guarantee you we wouldn't have heard from him today either, because they would already be like, okay, we can get some money from this one. Guarantee it. They couldn't get any money from Ted for Ted. So just be safe, man. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Hit the like if you haven't yet. If you're not subscribed and you enjoyed the show, please consider doing so. Again, make sure to check out Rosee's show. She's got a lot of good stuff coming out, especially that Megyn Kelly special that had a 4-parter or something. Rosie's going to be breaking that down. There is a lot of gems in that series that Megyn Kelly did. Trust me, and I can't wait to hear Rosie's opinions on them. Definitely show her some love tomorrow. Hit the notification bell. Make sure you get the notifications. Make sure you turn them on to all. And Ted did a live last night. He started off saying it's only about Nancy, but you can see him talk about it for yourself. You're not going to get the whole truth, because obviously he's not going to tell you everything that happened, because then it would make him look like a complete fool. I'm just afraid of what's going to happen in the future when it comes to his personal identification and his personal information on his phone and his wallet being photographed and documented from these individuals. It's only just begun, my friend. Please be safe out there, and please take some time and just take a break from going out there. Chill back, study, get acclimated to how things go. Do it in your own community first so you can get that practice that you need, but you're not going to F something up. You know what I'm saying? And most importantly, you're not going to put yourself in danger, because Ted, any of these places you go, bro, when you're going to somewhere and you don't even know what the hell's going on out there, man, if you don't have your head on a swivel, you'll find out real quick. And this should have been a teaching lesson. It doesn't sound like it did, because I'm from the south side of Chicago. I just need more practice. It didn't sound like it hit home. And it should have. Be safe, man. Be safe. I don't want to, we definitely don't want to be talking about a true crimer that got kidnapped or abducted for a ransom because the dude allowed his drink to be around people that he didn't even see what they were doing with it, and then went in their vehicle and went to their local. I mean, it's not good. Please be safe. Love you guys. We'll see you on the next run. Rosee tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Central AM. I'll see you guys Tuesday night. Love you. Be safe. And again, happy Easter. Thank you all so much.
Bye, everyone.